Alright folks, I'm going to get a text message saying my stream started. Thank you, Discord. But I'm going to start in about a minute. Just need to, well, I opened up the game, but I just need to actually make sure that I have it visible to y'all. Music volume is off. My computer's starting to move its fan a lot faster now. It seems like it's really starting to crack into high gear. We're not playing Arches, we are playing Minotaur Hotel today. Alright. Wonder how much CPU this is. Oof. That was a hefty 35%. Now 34.5, 30. Okay, it's starting to drop down. Good. I was panicking for a bit. Now I'm going to go live on my YouTube window so I can respond to comments in case anything crazy happens. And yeah. I am missing the end of the Dodgers-Giants conference. No, not conference. I am missing the end of the NLDS Giants vs. Dodgers series just for this. This chapter better be super important. Or else I don't know what to do. I do like myself some baseballs, but I also do like Minotaur Hotel. Which one do I choose? Sports or Hunky Bowl Boy? Oh, hello, Vi. Great to see you here as usual. I need to check to see how far you've gone in yours, because I think you've done some updates for this too, and I don't know if I'm behind people or ahead. Like, I've been so out of, like, doing stuff the past few days. Had a cold, unfortunately, and I wanted to rest that off before I start work next week, so I didn't stream for the past couple of days. So, yeah, we're gonna start in less than a minute. I'm going to get my phone. My mind is so eclectic right now. Or sporadic is a better word. Alright, the phone is on silent mode. And we don't have any interruptions. Alright, we are starting in 5 seconds, making sure the camera lighting is on point. Welcome back, everybody. Dirk the Red Panda, here with the Minotaur Hotel. Making sure my mic is far enough away, because I've seen myself in the past get too close to it and start going up and macking up on that mic and just being loud as hell. Then again, I think my voice is just more loud in general. Yes, it's 1-1. Please do not spoil the score of the game for me. Unless I say I want it spoiled. Minotaur Hotel spoilers, fine. Dodgers vs. Giants score? Instant boot for life. So, where are we? Super chat. Aw, thank you, Perpy. Perpy donated $5. It's me! Happy birthday! And happy birthday to you, Perpy. I actually saw Perpy the other day in the FVN server, Shin's nice furry visual novel server. Yeah, so I got to see him there, and yeah, that was pretty cool. I was like, who is this mysterious Perpy? And they finally revealed themselves. But yeah, that was fun. So yeah, as always, appreciated. Woke up to a cold morning. Oof, nice and fun. It is a cool night out here. Oh, it's your birthday too? 15th. Okay, so that's tomorrow. Or well, tomorrow for my time, probably morning your time. So, happy birthday. Technically over different time zone areas. Happy birthday. Alright. Oh no, a question. I am intimidated. If it's the whatever series of Fallen Wolf whatever thing, no, I'm not playing it. I have gotten too busy. But other than that, ask away. And where the heck is my doggo? Wait, doggo is somewhere down there on the stairway. I am now home alone. Again. Why? Because my parents went on vacation and my brother's at work. So now I truly am the man of the house. Anyways, oh, it's not my birthday, Emerald. It's, Perpy's birthday. Perpy's and supposedly Emerald's birthday. Technically the following day, but it's today for them. So they're not technically the same date. I don't know. You know what I mean. My birthday's in December. It's like, you got a couple months.
Super chat.
I always read that as Jedi mind trick. Uses Jedi mind trick. Take off your shirt. God damn it, I should have put a shirt on under this and done that. That would have been such a good routine. And I do also have my robe there. It'd be kind of comfy to wear. No, this shirt's really comfy. I don't feel like taking it off. Anyway, speaking of Minotaur Hotel, what the heck are we doing here today? Why have we all conjugated here to the Temple of Dirk's YouTube channel? Well, we are playing the Hinterlands Chapter 3, and if we can, I am hoping we can get through it fast enough to then play 16, 17, and Chapter 18 to finish off the update. This is a really long update. It's taken me at least 2-3 episodes to do what I've done so far, and that's only been for 2 chapters. So I've been kind of slowly grinding away at it, and as much as I love the game, I really want to hit the end of the update, because I feel like people already know what's happened. A lot of people have played through it themselves already, and I want to get there too! I want to be a part of the fun! Gideon's question is... Oh, that's not a question. Oh, wait. That is a question. That isn't. Or it is. So there's a storm in the Philippines. Oh, that's too bad. Shoot. And I do not know the location of Monchimut. Otherwise, I would have busted down his door. FBI style. I can't, but... Yeah, I don't know where exactly Monchi is in the Philippines. I am far from the Philippines. Way far from the Philippines. Not even close to the Philippines. It took me at least a week to finish the update. Ah, the pain. Thank you, Abril, for the heads up. I'm thinking about potentially cutting this into 2 episodes. Hinterlands and then the other chapters. And I might do both in one night, possibly, if I have the energy and the motivation to. I just might break it up into 2 episodes so people watching it later don't have to sit for like 10 hours in a single stream. It could just be like 2 5-hour streams or 2 4-hour streams. In Shin Discord VC, I met Monchi. Yes, you did. Yeah, Perpy donated $2, which the alert will come soon, I think. Where are you, alert? Identify yourself. I'm not as cool as Cool Cat.
Super chat.
Thank you for that donation, Perpy. And yeah, yeah, other than that, yeah, I've just chatted with Monchi on Discord and whatnot, but I don't know him that well. We are all either gay, bi, or pan. Welcome to the club, buddy. And fun thing that I learned about bisexuality over the past year is that bisexuality doesn't mean just like 2 genders or you're in love with. Like, it could mean like I'm in love with like any amount of genders, but you know, I may have a preference for more than others. Or, well, it's like if you're not, it's like, you know, if it's more than, it could be 2 or more. So it doesn't have to be, all of them would be pansexual. That's why I was thinking about it. My mind be bouncing all over the place. But yeah, pansexual is like, you know, you love any single gender. Doesn't matter what the gender is of somebody. You love them. You can love them romantically or sexually. Pansexual, yeah, pan-romantic, romantically. But yeah, bisexual, it's like, yeah, you could love like 2, 3 genders, like you could 4, whatever, 5, 6, non-binary, like that could be included. Because I've been thinking about that and I'm wondering, could I be into non-binary? I'm not sure. I've been dabbling in my mind about that. Anyway. And asexuality is just as valid. I had some ponderings about if I was asexual. I'm leaning towards not, maybe gray sexual possibly, but I'd probably be more just regular bisexual than gray-ish. You know, we're always learning about ourselves. Anyway. Same here, Mac. I lean more towards guys as a bi person. Although I would be curious to just kind of test the waters, see if I have the attraction to non-binary. Yeah, pan means all. All-encompassing. I think you can still love, like, one gender more than the other, or yeah, have a slight preference or whatever. It just means that, you know, that you could still have an attraction to somebody, no matter what their gender is. Bi means both, but like I said, it could mean, like, 3 or more, too, like, with non-binary included in there. I'm sorry, why am I ranting about sexuality and all this right now? We need to get into this chapter. We're gonna be here for a century if I keep talking. So we are going to start in half a minute as I rub my eye, otherwise it was started just now. So my dog is still, I think, on the stairway. Alright. So, as usual, we are having the title screen music on loop. I downloaded it to my iTunes so I can repeat that without any copyright issues, because that wasn't the song that was getting me copyright claimed, but, you know, things happen. Anyway, we are going to start the Hinterlands III, starting now. Happy Spooky Month, everybody. Thank you, Amaru. Here we go. And we start. Always starting out with P's voice is the hardest. I'm gonna rewind back. The Hinterlands III, the most beautiful thing on this dry earth. Wake up, lad. We have a hotel to find. What time is it? 4 something. Sun's all coming up. We have to prepare for the dry ahead. We have to prepare for the day ahead. Why? Why so early, sir? Because I don't have any more time to wasting on your lazy ass. Now get up. Ugh. My dad always lived by the phrase, God helps the early risers. I'd always call the bullshit, and he always let me feel the buckle of his belt when he'd hear me. God could shove his help for all I care. Still, if nothing else, Dad made damn sure that I learned the habit from him. How long would it take for the kid to learn it from me? At my insistence, he finally rolled out of bed while giving me a sulky glare. That's when I noticed he'd been sleeping in the same outfit I found him in. One thing's for sure, I can't have you walking around like that. Where'd you get those clothes? They're secondhand. It's all I got. There's only one place around selling clothes, and they don't carry my size. Is there a tailor around? Yeah, I think I got that. You think I got that kind of money? Well, how expensive is it? Expensive enough to have a type that's welcome there. And even with the charm, ain't it? Oh, shit. We'll have to figure something out. Nini's dream told her that we'd find the hotel after I deal with my grandpa's unfinished business. We had to visit the colonel's... Oh, God. We had to visit the colonel's estate to retrieve the... mortal remains. Then get across from the lake, give him a proper burial.
Is that how this sort of magic stuff goes? You ever done something like this before?
I've never pacified or exorcised spirits before, nah. But I do know more than most about how this sort of magic stuff works. And I can tell something's off. There's not really much of a rhyme or reason to it. Nini may be right. It's just...
It sounds like bullshit, sir.
Right. The kid could be sharp when he wanted to be. You said there's some weirdness down way in the valley, right?
Yeah, folks talk about all sorts of weird shit going on there. They talk about these eye plug socket looking demons that seem to come out always during spring break, and then that you can never leave the town. And then everybody seems to go insane in the town. Ghosts, headless mules. Even heard people say the devil himself lives down there.
And have you ever seen any of that yourself?
No, sir. I don't make a habit of going there. It don't rain much here, but when it does, all the gunk pulls down at the bottom, so it ain't a good place to be. Plus, there's a lot of areas used for salt mining, and they don't like it when people poke around.
Now that is kinda odd. Spooky, you might say. Salt's supposed to drive away bad magic, so it doesn't take much sense of spirits and such to appear in places with lots of it.
Storm shrugged, appearing hamstrung between boredom, confusion, and sleepiness.
You've lived here all your life, right?
Most of it, yeah.
Do you know anyone we could talk with so we can get some more info?
Does the freak of nature have any friends he can ask any weird shit going on?
I took a moment to pray for all the patience my dad never gave me when I got like that. Okay, smartass. Do you know of anyone we can talk with?
Could probably think of a couple once we get on the road.
He was stalling, and he knew damn well I could see right through him. Well then, we better get going, huh?
Read Hinterlands navigation tutorial? Oh boy, we're gonna be in for a ride. You have a limited number of days to explore the hinterlands and find a way to the hotel. You can explore both the town and the surrounding locations. Visiting a location will use up your day, with a couple of exceptions. To visit a location, simply click on the corresponding pin on the map. Oh, this is gonna be fun. After you visit a location once, the pin will turn red. You can still visit the same location multiple times if you want to. Some locations may become unavailable on a given day, so the pin will turn black. You can pull up P's phone by clicking on it, and clicking it again will pull it back down. The phone displays the current day and time, and can be used to change the music or read P's journal to see your previous choices. Choose a location to investigate. Oh dear God. There are so many choices! Nobody should go into the pond. I think we should probably go to the Colonel's estate, maybe? Okay, this one's weird. It does a little... Oh, so it does. All of them do that. That's cool. That's pretty nifty. Yeah, you might want to save here. Good idea, Trinix. I'm on page 7 of my damn saves. I'm using up every single goddamn save I can. I probably should have. I could probably save here. Screw it. We're overriding a save. And congrats on the vaccination for your boyfriend, Akira. Let's see what the phone is. 1st de Septiembre. Interesting. Because in Spanish it'd be septiembre. Unless I am stupid. Google Translate time! What language are we in? And while I do that, y'all help me choose because I am terrible. 1 vote for the Salt Plains. Oh, it's Portuguese. No wonder. Because I was like, day is still Spanish. And like Portuguese is kind of an offshoot of that. Okay. We're in Portugal, confirmed. Oh, this is Brazil. God damn it. Damn it, Brazil. So, anybody else want to go to the Salt Plains? I can't vote because I know the best route. I mean, honestly, I'm fine if people want me to choose the best route. I'm honestly just kind of like, as long as we get to the hotel, as long as P and Storm get to the hotel, we're cool. Anyway, let's get started with the Salt Plains. Oh shoot, was there a vote for the tailor? Ah crap, I can't go back! Yeah, I have no idea if I'm doing the best options. Same here, Vide. Let's just wing it. Here we go. In the heart of the Hinterlands, near its lowest point, is a vast plain, where the salt mining company keeps all their production before doing whatever they need to package and ship it. Oh, never mind. This is P saying it. Or is it... This might be, Storm saying it. I can totally remember names. I'd seen it from afar once. Or no, it is P. Because, yeah, Storm hasn't seen his dad. I'd seen it from afar once with Dad. An endless stretch of cracked white that makes the very air around it cut one's throat. Back then, I didn't know enough to appreciate the importance of salt as a purification and cleansing agent for the occult. And an entire field of it is a powerful thing indeed. If any place in the Hinterlands might hold the promise of leading me to the Minotaur's hotel, this had to be it. I was also aware, however, of a pond nearby. All the water flowing into the Hinterlands ends up there, bringing all manner of dirt and trash with it. That kind of defilement, too, may bring up malevolent apparitions, which is promising in its own way as well. So, we're going to the Salt Plains? Yes, salt has many occult properties, so perhaps that might help us give a lead to the hotel. Do you know of any weird things happening down there? Not really. Except for a crazy old man who wanders around those parts. He's some sort of weasel named Duke. He keeps slashing people's cars and telling them that they should have escaped while they had the chance. He's some kind of hermit or some such. Every now and then I stumble onto him. We'd share food. He ain't a bad guy, just completely out of his mind. Interesting. Could you take me to him? You want to talk to the old wacko? Madness and insight often come hand in hand. Also, it's very rude to refer to him in... Oh, excuse me. That was very rude. Also, it's very rude of you to refer to him in that manner, so don't do it again.
Okay, fine.
What's the gentleman's name? Storm bit his lip and tapped his hooves to the bat of the song. Even as he seemed to rack his brain, he kept the rhythm.
I don't know. I don't recall him ever telling me. I just called him old man.
And he doesn't mind.
Nah. He's actually a real cool dude. Never gave a shit for being well.
A Minotaur?
Yeah, that.
Interesting. Perhaps he's familiar with occult manners then. Just tell me where to go, Storm. I've got a good feeling about this one.
Aye, aye, boss.
For an hour or so, we trekked through the salt plains, checking each of the spots where Storm had encountered the old man before. Storm left from on top of a mountain and slid down. I took a moment to breathe, feel the breeze while drinking some water. And get my bearings. New challenge. Anytime they mention taking a sip of water, I will drink a sip of water. Promote healthiness. I was standing on another hiding pile of salt and dirt, left out there from the last time the mining company had been by. It was about noon. The heat and the unending spiraling whiteness were getting to me. Then I noticed, way out and behind, someone was watching us. Too far, and the surroundings too bright for me to catch any details. When I turned around, they were gone. Oh no, they're gone now! Maybe they ducked behind another salt mound, or the scraggly trees. I stood there, seeing if they'd come back out, but no such luck. I turned around, following Storm's example, and slid down. Just as I descended past the dune's peak, the figure rose up again, this time accompanied by two more. They're coming! If only I could... You can't even see them! They're coming! It's possible we're being followed.
You sure? There shouldn't be any more out here around this hour.
Yeah, couldn't catch any details, but I saw one. Then three shapes staring at us, about a kilometer away. And then I saw another one of them, right behind me, on top of the dune, at just the right angle that my head blocked Storm from seeing it. Storm, don't move. Look me in the eyes and don't move. He still tried to fidget and look behind me, but I shook my head. Do you know the Ave Maria? I wish I remembered it.
Yeah, of course.
Close your eyes and pray with me then.
Dorime, Dorime, da da da, Dorime.
We both muttered it. We both muttered through it once. The figure was still watching us. Storm cracked one eye open to peek at me. Again. Trust me, Just keep going until I say so. The kid tore through the prayer after prayer with ease, barely getting a syllable wrong. I followed along, but kept my attention on the figure behind me. Prayer after prayer it recited, until I watched it shredded itself as a flower sheds its petals under the breeze. An apparition, a weak one though. We found it. The hotel? Maybe. Or something otherwise occult. Are we safe? If a few Ave Marias were enough to dispel it, then yes. More peculiar is the fact that this thing can cross a field assault unhindered. Which means it might not even be malevolent. That was when I realized my mistake. I was so preoccupied. With what was behind me that I didn't check what was in my blind spot. That is, right behind Storm. I reached for my gun, but just as my fingers... My little friend! Sweet Jesus! Storm leapt towards me, blocking me from pulling my gun out. And you brought a friend. As much of a friend as that thing might be, that is. You almost gave me a heart attack. Your fault. You should have seen me coming. You think I have eyes in the back of my head or something? No, no, not you, no. Now, won't you introduce me to your captor over there? Oh yeah, so this is... shut up for a second. So, check your ear guy. Stop. Check your ear guy. Stop. Check your ear gauge. Oh. It's active. And you. Me. How can you see through it? Why, I'm above these parlor tricks your kids do. I've got a keen eye myself, you know. Much like you, which is why I'm shocked that you don't recognize me. I'm afraid I can't recognize someone I've never met before. Is that so? What's your name, boy? People call me Pay. And you don't recognize me? Me? After everything? Didn't I tell you to never come back? I'm afraid you got the wrong Pay. Might be referring to my grandfather? Oh, dear. He bonked his head with the butt of his hand. What year is it? Are we past the 2000s? Oh, what a blunder I've made. Awfully sorry, really I am. What a mess, this whole kerfuffle for nothing. Please understand, it's just that you and him smell and look just the same. Such a sweetly chaotic stench. Please understand, it's been so long since I entertained any guests. I just got overexcited. And what guests, yes, so nostalgic. How could I ever guess that Io and the headless god would just look right into my quaint little home? He motioned modestly, clearly. If it weren't for her age, he would have gestured far more broadly. Straight out the poems, yes? Now come, sit with me. My stench may attract all the maggots in this hole, but none shall bother our sweet Io. Now, wait a second. You still haven't answered my question about how you saw through Storm's... No, wait a second. You haven't answered my question yet about how you saw through Storm's disguise. And don't think I didn't catch that little jab of yours. And those apparitions following us, they were your handiwork too.
More like your grumps. Ha ha ha. I didn't put them here, no sir. What? What do you? His cackle was combined with a cough. Strings of snot and phlegm burst from his mouth with every gust of air. I mean, what can I say and what I mean, you buck-eyed headless giant? How do you? I can see just as much as you, Bertie. I am a god. What the fuck? I closed my eyes, dear lord. I closed my eyes, but the image of that thing was already burned into every one of my feathers. Come on, boss. Don't be so rough with him. He's just some he's just some old man. He can be just like this sometimes. Unhinged, more like. Or unhinged, more like. But he's harmless, boss. Just some poor, old, sickless beggar. Beggar? I'll have you know that I'm a hermit, sonny. I don't beg for the table scraps of the vermin. You beg for my food all the time. But that's because you're no vermin. Just the unluckiest boy in this forsaken hole, and not one of my subjects. This is why I asked you to go to the Salt Plains. This is very interesting. But I'll probably do the tailor the next day, based on what somebody mentioned earlier about them looking fine with the new tailored outfit. And I didn't even see that there was a tailor option. Anyway. Yeah. He's just poor and unhinged, boss. Completely harmless. But I don't think we'll learn anything about the hotel from him. This creature, this person, this spirit. Can he hear this? Or simply see me? He could keep himself veiled from Stormwell that he may see. But is he tricking the kid? What's his game? If he's as crazy as Storm says he is, will he just snap sometime and... Breathe. Keep a hold of yourself. Storm. This isn't a man. I'm a god. Yes, doggy. He is a god. He just woofed. I am frightfully sorry, sir, for intruding on your territory without permission. Finally, some goddamn respect. Boss, what are you talking about? The greatest wonder of the Hinterlands, the source of all ability had. He began to laugh his head, skull off. Well, all curses do. So, what's the script this time? Are you going to do the whole I'm looking for the Minotaur's hotel rigmarole all over again, just like we did with your grandpappy? You know about it? Sure do. I was just meandering along, minding my business and taking a leak when he got pulled into it. I saw it all happen. I did. How do I get there? No shame at all. You insufferable brat! You come to my territory, dispel my apparitions, talk to me like I'm some mortal vermin, and then you have the gall to ask me a question like that? You are so rude. Didn't even ask me how I'm doing. Not that I'm worried about my day, the weather, my skull, or my salt.
He dragged his foot along the ground, kicking a few chunks and crystals my way. I couldn't even look him in the eye anymore.
Well, fuck you! I could get you in there. I could. I knew just how to do it. The bus driver told me how to get in. If you want any help, though, you'll need to pay back your debt.
Please, sir, I'm sorry. What do I need to do?
Oh, I don't know. I just want to be treated right, you know. Don't you think it's horrible being a god in this forsaken heap of curses and salt? Worship me a little. Make me an offering or two. Oh, I know. Be a deal and retrieve the skin from that terrible Christian prison, would you?
What do you mean? He held up his hand, where some stray bits of fur and skin hung from the knuckles like tassels.
My skin, buddy. The thing this should all be around me. Those Christians took it from me, and my dear, dear kids tried bringing it back. But your grandpappy got them all killed, right?
He didn't know that. He had to.
Yes, you come here, walking and talking like you're hot shit, but I see through you. You're just a rotting drop of giant's blood. Peacocking around as if your lineage didn't have millennia of defilement all around you. That's how I know your grandpappy, kiddo. He killed my worshippers. But, and let me be honest with you, while you may be too much of a little shit to beg, I most certainly am not. If I still had my power, I'd curse you to become an arrowhead or something. But since I'm only a decrepit, rotten god, get me my belt, and I'll tell you how to get there. That hotel. It's in the Hinterland's oldest church. The one that got flooded. I can't dive on down and get it myself. All that Christian juice around there would burn me to the bone. But you, my little Greco-something boy, I bet my left nut you can do it. You might need to do one or two her things and disgusting rituals, though. I know there's some warding magic there put in place by that old wannabe witch using a certain peacock's feathers as catalyst. So, just a little dive and praying and thanks, and, well, I'll tell you how to get to that hotel.
I got on my knees for this deity of the Hinterlands. I had to grit my teeth and swallow my pride to do it in front of Storm. But you can't recover from treating a god like I did without some contrition.
Well now, what a good buddy.
He put his hand with a slawing off palm on my shoulder. I could only tense up and try not to retch.
Do this one thing and we'll be friends, eh? And how about you, Storm? How's your day going? Pretty damn weird, sir. Yes, I understood. I do hate the sensation of 100 years old gazing at me. Gives me the heebie-jeebies like you wouldn't believe. You think you can get this little piece of shit to do my errand for me? I mean, he's my... I'm not really sure what's going on, sir. You're a smart one. I'm sure you can figure it out. As for you, buddy, I may be lower than dirt now, but I can still cast a curse or two. Were it not for my little friend here, I have taught you a thing or two about what a bloody cycle of revenge really is. He kicked up another cloud of salt, almost losing his balance and spinning himself around this town. Now go!
I went from being unable to meet the Typer's God's gaze to being unable to meet Storms as he helped me up. And bring me back a snack too when you get back. A god needs offerings. Storm waved and called out. Stay safe, old man. Please, don't tell a god to stay safe. It's improper. I felt like I needed to rush back to the hotel and hop in the shower and watch the stench of that brand of Storms out of my nostrils. Storm was concerned about us not having a good first impression of each other. Reasonable concern. Oh boy. During the night, I kept driving with Storm looking out from the window. Up and down unmapped dirt roads, slipping in between fenced properties, guided only by my failing GPS. We went on for hours, but the horizon showed nothing except for crumbling homes, broken kilns with their guts exposed to the elements, and failed farmsteads. Every dozen kilometers or so, we'd see a writhing mass of wings and vultures descended on the remains of cows, horses, and goats.
Keep the spirits happy and placated. An angry spirit will bring death and destruction. This is why people in horror story die. They provoke an angry spirit and they pay the price. Good story.
We passed by only one house that was still occupied. A girl with long hazel hair shepherded half a dozen younger boys towards a candlelit doorway. Less than half of the boys were in any clothing, while the girl wore an oversized white skirt with the Virgin Mary painted on it as a dress. She couldn't have been older than 13, but there was already a bump on her stomach. As we drove past, I caught a shadow standing by the house's front door. A shirtless man following our car with eyes that burned like hellfire. The AC kept blowing on my face, cold and gentle, with a hint of lavender from the last time I washed the car.
Every story has lavender in it!
I tightened my grip on the steering wheel and felt disgust wash over me. Storm saw it too, but his eyes glided over it all like the vultures around us.
So, we just driving?
I swallowed the knot in my throat. Just driving. This is one of the areas where my grandpa searched for the hotel all those decades ago. Dusk is a special time. Rituals performed at this hour are more potent, and hidden things are more eager to reveal themselves. I could see well enough on my own, but you keep your eyes peeled for anything hotel-like.
Aye. Never been to a hotel, though. What's one even look like?
What does a hotel look like? Is there even a way to describe it that encompasses all the different kinds? Haven't you ever watched movies? Surely you've seen a hotel in one of them.
I mean, yeah. But you telling me we'll find an American hotel out here in the middle of...
The kid trailed off as he turned to look out the windshield, and his eyes got wide like he'd seen a ghost. Ahead at a junction stood a single wall, all that remained of some old building. Incomprehensible graffiti was scowled across it like some kind of exoteric signage. A few of the markings looked fresh. Before I could ask what the matter was, he reached over and squeezed my arm with a death grip.
You better take me to the next right over there, boss.
Why? The GPS says there's a truck stop to the left. We could use a refuel.
No, your GPS is wrong. We gotta get out of here. This place is trouble. The stop you're going to shut down the place you're going shut down a damn decade ago. And now it's...
At first I thought he was just whining, but something changed that real quick. Still don't know whether it was some note in his voice or some sudden prickle on the back of my neck. Bothered my foot slammed down on the brake pedal. Dangerous?
Yeah. Turn right. There's another gas station not too far if we go that way.
I craned my neck to look around us. I saw only the deepening darkness of late evening. Nothing was happening near there. Felt like nothing had happened for years. Nothing was spooking the kid rigid. And so I turned right. I followed his advice. That night we found nothing. A damn shame. I saw that place again. Oh, is this going back to us now? I'm just gonna read it in my normal voice, assuming it's me now. Crimson columns along the walls, a dried up pond in the middle, a basin at the center of that, with darkened crystals growing out of it like scabs from a festering wound. There was chaos fiends there, a hippogriff, a dragon, some lizards running about, and if those cursed crystals were nothing to worry about. Then came darkness. I kept trying for hours. Oh, never mind, it was P. Then came darkness. I kept trying for hours. Dawn broke and my sunlight warmed my feathers. But I still persisted. Storm got up to get ready for the day. But I still persisted. I was just about to give up when I finally got another glimpse. Little lizard was looking at me. I couldn't hear what it said as it reached out. But if I had to make a guess, it would be... Eddie. It all became dark again. Maybe he tucked me inside his shirt. But I caught a glimpse of the path he took. The vision ended just as he passed through the place's doorway into a corridor.
Morning, boss.
The fan in the bathroom was still struggling to billow the steam from Storm's shower. Oh, did you sneeze? I think my dog sneezed. The fan in the bathroom was still struggling to billow the steam out of Storm's shower out of the room. He stood in front of me, quizzical and clean, cow-eyed, trying to impress me with the proactiveness after the morning before, perhaps. I feigned a stretch and a yawn. Morning.
You doing okay?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
You seem kind of restless just now. And, I don't mean to pry, but I feel bad seeing you sleep like this, sir.
What do you mean?
There's only one bed, and you let me have it. But now you're sleeping on that rickety wood chair. I don't feel good about that. Ain't I supposed to be the one helping you here?
Don't worry about it. This is how I always sleep. I didn't let you have the bed out of kindness. It was just so happens I don't like laying down.
Oh. That's some kind of peacock thing, or is it just a you thing?
It's a none of your damn business thing.
Well, fuck me for ever trying to be nice. With all due respect, sir, you're kind of a cunt.
Guilty as charged. You ready to head out?
Yeah.
Alright, day 2. I'm just gonna save on that next page, just to be safe. I'll probably just override this save from now on. Welcome to day 2. 2-day September. Oh. Went to the salt plains. Something happened. So next we are going to go to the tailor. And then I think we're going to go to the church after that. So let's do the tailor today.
So, what do you have in mind for today?
Just a little errand. I recall hearing about a tailor near the town hall. So I was just thinking we can go there and get you some nicer clothes.
Oh, thanks. I'd like that, yeah. Ain't gonna be coy about it. I was already thinking of buying some clothes, but...
Keep the money for something else. I'll deal with it. Shouldn't be too expensive.
Thanks, boss.
I figured it wasn't right. Walking around with Storm wearing the clothes he was, it was humiliating. For myself, and for him. Fortunately, a cursory exploration of the only clothing store in town only confirmed my suspicions. Even with his horns and tail out of the equation, none of the basic brands on offer carried anything Minotaur sized. With no other option, I asked around and learned that the local seamstress then calls to arrange things. She was an old, hunchbacked lady whose eyes and ears had retired with her some years back. But so long as her fingers worked, she resolved to do the same, to support her kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids. She provided the overalls the local farmlands used. There were dozens of them in all sizes, so we could pass by and grab on without much fuss. Sturdy material. I could cut a hole for the kid's tail on the backside myself with a sharp knife, and it probably wouldn't tear further. She also could take some clothes of mine and alter or butcher them for stone. Minotaur would definitely appreciate a custom-tailored outfit more than the overalls, and there was no question he'd be more presentable in a dress shirt and khakis. However, making it work could take a lot of time. Perhaps the whole day. I weighed out the options and... Are we gonna donate clothes or buy the overalls? Because I don't know if overalls would be some sort of like cute outfit or whatever, or... donating some of the clothes would be a better idea. You can check the overalls and the other in the same day. Okay. I guess I'll donate some of my clothes first. I brought more clothes on this trip than I honestly needed. I could probably waste most of them. Hell, I don't even wear some of them more than once or twice per year. When we get there, the tailor changed her mind and said it wouldn't take too long. Just 1 or 2 hours, on top of the short trip back to the hotel to get a few shirts and pants. Which became 3 when her grandkids showed up from the back room, requiring a good portion of her attention. Oh, you'd have to pick the overalls first. Never mind. I'd rather not waste too much time. We'll have a lot to investigate. Overalls may not be fancy, but they'll do for now.
Oh wow, look at those.
Storm looked happy enough to be out of his grimy clothes. He threw them away right as we left the place. Hey, there's a fail, champ.
Damn fine. I've been wearing mostly that for months. You're the best, boss.
We set out with plenty of time to spare. So, should I go to the Colonel's estate next? Or should I go back to the tailor? Maybe I could go to the Colonel's estate, then hop back to the tailor afterwards. Can we do that on the same day? I'm asking for a friend. Gonna take a sip of water first. No, only the overalls. Okay, guess we'll do the Colonel's estate next. No, the other option, take the whole day. But if you want, I can tell if going to a place is part of the best route or not. I mean, I'm not sure if I need the best route or whatever, but honestly, I'm wondering if we're gonna get both options if we go to the tailor. So I'm getting the Colonel's estate as an option now. Okay, we're gonna try Colonel's estate first. Alright. The Colonel's estate was the only place in the Hinterlands with any decent greenery. A big, for the area, sort of walled-off farm, with a mansion squarely in the middle. We went there and announced ourselves to the porter. It took us a whole hour to convince him to call up to the mansion. I don't think he wanted to let anyone in at all, but our insistence won out. It was another 3 hours before the widow, Mrs. Pydade, gave us the time of day. Smart young woman, wasn't even in her 40s. Can't imagine what it must have been like living with a man near 100 years old. She kept quiet until I mentioned I was the old foreman's grandson. Then her eyes changed. The lady never met my grandpa. At least, not when he worked for the Colonel. But the stories must have reached her ears. She brought Storm and I into the mansion's office. Offered coffee, liquor, sweets. Storm smiled, almost nodded, but I coughed and declined before he could do it. Didn't your mother teach you not to accept food from strangers? There was the usual chit-chat. How's the capital? Did we enjoy the drive down here? What was the weather like? But it all felt as if it was being read from a list of mandatory topics. We answered with a handful of words, and she gave us her next polite question. All of it without a smile or the slightest inflection in her voice. After she asked how we were enjoying the Hinterlands, and I answered the not at all, we agreed to drop the masks and get down to business. Miss Pydade, I have the most sensitive matter to discuss. One which I hope you can appreciate. I inherited my grandfather's unfinished business. I was informed that, during the service to the Colonel, there was a most regrettable incident involving the death of a local family. I would have preferred not to dig those old bones up, but I'm afraid they were never put to the rest in the first place. Not with a proper, respectable Christian burial, which we need on our Christian servers. You are the Colonel's heir, I'm told. If these mortal remains are in your possession, I ask that you hand them over to me so I may put their souls to rest in the name of Christ. The widow's eyes bored to me, or they bored into me, then stormed, looking for the zippers of our disguises. Now finding them, and then looking again, as though some sheer force of will could reveal the truth. She lit a cigarette and made sure to blow smoke our way. I know what you're talking about. I've seen those bones myself. Frightful things, if one's to believe they were human, as it is said. She looked out the window to the arid landscape beyond her estate. You may have them. To be frank with you, I'm a superstitious woman. Housing vengeful bones can only bring tragedy. Besides, it is the Christian thing to do.
She called the servant in and told him to retrieve the chest.
While you are here, could I convince you to take your grandfather's position?
I allowed only a hint of steel into her voice. You require a peace services?
Direly. The Colonel's relatives have been the most troublesome since his death. There's a disagreement on the matter of the inheritance, and I wish to secure both my position and my safety. They have thrown away many baseless accusations my way.
She smiled. The lines on her face made bile bubble up in my throat.
I need as many watchful eyes as possible. My late husband said much about your family's talent in that regard. The best foreman the world's ever seen. Those were his words. I can pay you well, better than any job in the city ever could.
I am grateful for your offer, Miss Potted. It is not often our talents are so appreciated. Sadly, I must decline, for I have arrangements overseas that I cannot abandon. Academic matters, you see.
A pity. My late husband, old-fashioned as he was, never could recognize your grandfather's real worth.
She then looked stern. I put a hand on his knee before she could get any ideas. He may look like family, but he is not a pay. He doesn't have what you are looking for.
Such a pity.
She went quiet, and so did I, until the chest was caught in. I held my breath and opened it. What I found inside was broken, smashed, crushed bits of bone, every last smidgen of marrow sucked clean.
And have a good night, lad.
What had been left intact was covered in teeth marks. As for their skulls, all of them had been cracked open like pumpkins. Even then, however, I could piece them together enough to see how truly non-human they were. This is it. Thank you, Mrs. Potted. She stubbed her cigarette out on the ashtray, breathing out through her yellow teeth.
Before you go, a word of advice. You should not tarry too long in the hinterlands. Things have become quite tense since my husband's passing.
Is that a threat?
Earnest advice. I can give you that much, seeing how professional you are. That's why I'm like hiring people from the capital. You get straight to the point, no bullshitting about.
Her eyes drifted off to the window, and all the greenery beyond it. Her gaze softened, or perhaps a wave of depression washed over her.
The Colonel thought that eating them would give him eternal life. I've never seen a man more afraid of death than him. Knowing how long he lived, I wouldn't be surprised if he was right. But by the time I met him, he barely had a mind left in that head of his, and his body had shriveled to half its size. Personally, I don't think that was a life worth living. But some of his relatives might disagree, and quite a few of them enjoy roasted fowl.
Thank you for the warning. She got up and pointed to the door.
Now go. May your salt never lose its savor, and pray that we never have to deal with each other again.
We got up as well, not bothering to shake her hand. May your salt never lose its savor, Miss Potted. I will pray for your safety. Ew! They were eaten by the formal Colonel. Why are these people so disgusting?
Can we go back to the tailor now? Never mind. Once we drove around, this time following my grandpa's notes. We went off-road often. When it got real bumpy, Storm rolled a blanket I kept in the backseat around his horn so they wouldn't gouge the car's ceiling every time we bounced up and down. He's lucky the car's a piece of shit not worth the cost of carrying about every scruff and bruise. Otherwise, I'd have him lying down in the back seat. My grandpa's maps kept us from getting lost, but didn't lead any of us to a new revelation. Back during some big war, World War II maybe, some general or other got in on their head that all the places shot at most often on returning planes should be the places reinforced. Yes, the statistical dilemma, I know this. I actually learned this in my data science degree. It's the parts that don't get shot you want to look at. Because those are the ones that made it back alive. And if they didn't come back alive, those are probably the parts shot. But they didn't think about the places that weren't hit. And if they were, those were the fatal spots. The planes weren't even coming back to get inspected. So all the blank spots on Grandpa's maps, were they his missteps and missed opportunities? Or were they what kept him from drying out and dying out in that hellhole? On our way back into town, we saw a car parked on the road shoulder with the hood pulled up. There were 3 people, 2 men, 1 woman, sitting on the ground and leaning against the bumper as they watched us pass. We made no motion to pull over. We left him behind. But the kid couldn't keep quiet about it.
You think they'll be alright?
Why does it matter? They're probably robbers hoping to score a new car to dismantle for scrap. If we stop, we might even get killed.
How do you know that?
Back when I was on the force, that's all I ever heard about from the Hinterlands. Happens every other day. He let out a very moo-like groan.
You're a cop?
Kids, did he fancy himself a rebel? Would he want to test his mettle against the man? He looked unsure of himself, like he was almost humiliated just sitting next to me. I quit a while ago.
Oh, okay.
Why? You do something you regret, Storm?
No, sir.
Then why is your voice 2 tones higher?
I don't know.
You don't have to worry. As I said, I'm not an officer anymore. I don't care if you've broken the law. Besides, you are under my wing. I can't let you get sent to jail before your job's done.
Oh. Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
You don't care to know what I did?
No. But if you're feeling like talking, go on ahead.
What if I killed someone? Wouldn't you want to know about that?
No, he's not in there. Nobody's in there. My dog's trying to get into my brother's room. Okay, I'm gonna take you out soon. Just gonna finish the rest of this day and then I'll take you out. Yeah, so I'll have to take a break in a bit, folks, so I'm gonna finish the rest of this second day and then I'll do a little break.
So what if I killed someone? Wouldn't you want to know about that?
He was so sure of himself with that cocky grin. Like a cat or a dog leaping about. Invited me to play along. In his eyes, too. Glistening. Softened by his smile. Focused on my face and not the holster below my armpit.
Well?
His voice was a rumbling bass, with a thick accent and sudden bouts of sharpness. Like glass shards hidden beneath a beach of sand. But there is still a hint of boyhood in it, too. A man's voice changes when he kills and gets away with it. When you learn murder can be a good enough solution to your problems, it leaves a stain behind.
Oreo, are you gonna kill someone?
I heard plenty of that type of voice, both in my time on the force and when I would visit the hinterlands with my dad and grandpa. I always could have thanked God that storm still surrounded right as rain. You probably couldn't kill a fly, let alone another person. If it wasn't for the horns and hooves, I'd guess pickpocket. Yeah, that seems more up your alley.
What are you saying? I'm weak?
Your eyes are too soft. If you were a killer, you'd be different.
Okay, fine. I didn't kill no one. I joined a gang, and I also stole some stuff.
You're saying there's gangs in this hellhole? What kind did you join?
It wasn't here. I tried living in the city for a while. Didn't work out though, so I came back.
And what did you do in that time in your gang?
Nothing. I didn't have the guts to go through with the initiation.
Good. And the stealing?
Food.
Understandable, have a nice day. No shit.
What do you mean by that?
You were fucking charmless, homeless, sleeping in a hole in the wall. No shit you stole food. Who wasn't in your position? Or who wouldn't in your position? Is that all you ever stole? Just food to get by?
Yeah. I know that ain't much, but it's honest work. But it's enough that I always get nervous around cops. Feels like they figure out at any moment and come for me.
Only if they don't have anything better to do. Stealing food to survive is insignificant. Minimum harm, no social danger. Little to no room for moral reproach. Whatever damage it does is negligible. That excludes criminal typification, so... Well, long story short, it's not a crime. And if you didn't do anything else criminal when you tried to join that gang, you're all clear. Don't let me just say, you were right to avoid people who could start shit. What, with you being charmless and all?
So you're telling me I'm not a criminal?
Yeah, I hereby cleanse you of your wrongdoing, my son. Go and sin no more.
Damn. Thanks, boss.
You're welcome. A sigh escaped from his throat, hitched, nearly straining at the seams. He had a soft, dreamy kind of smile after that. Had I really lifted that heavy of a weight from his shoulders? Perhaps he was even softer than I thought.
You know, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a cop. Being a hero sounded nice. Thought people would like me if I was one. Things had totally aged well.
Funny you should say that. People sure as shit don't like cops. And being one doesn't mean you're a hero. In fact... never mind.
He's gone rogue!
Well, now that you have a charm, you can become one. I wouldn't recommend it, but it ain't impossible.
You really think so?
I was one. Why can't you?
Well, I really can, can't I? Now that I'm human?
I'll let people see you as him.
Oh. Right. Well, it's still good. Don't think I'll try becoming a cop, though. I gave up on that a long time ago. Don't think being a Minotaur goes well with being a good person.
And all at once, Storm deflated back into himself. I had to give the big ball of emotions a break. I reckon he had a lot of highs and lows built up to rock it between. Why do you say that?
It's what the legend says, sir. The Minotaur was hungry for human flesh, so they locked him up in the labyrinth. That ain't right.
Yeah. But so what?
Well, I'm just saying. Seems like I'm not meant to be the good guy is all.
Legend says a god killed my great-great-great-grandfather or whatever. But you won't catch me getting my head smashed in with a rock. It's all just old stories. Sure, bad stuff tends to happen in cycles. People like us are just cursed like that. But we can avoid suffering the same fate. So if you want to be a cop, there's nothing stopping you. Not saying you should, but you can.
Are you for real?
Sure. Hell, once we get done with this Minotaur Hotel thing, if you really wanted, I could call a few old contacts, get you all set up on the right track. It ain't easy becoming a cop, but with time and effort, you can do it.
Man, that's so... I can't believe it. I can become a cop.
You can. Not saying you should.
I got that already, boss. Don't think I'll go down that road anyhow. Nowadays I don't see much appeal to it. But it feels good knowing I could if I wanted to. Wait, don't you need a high school degree?
Yes.
Oh. Well, that sucks.
You dropped out.
Yeah. School is never kind to me. They made me wear corks on my horns.
I took every ounce of my willpower not to laugh at that. I reckon that was humiliating. But I'm just playing devil's advocate here. My car's roof would probably love the idea.
Well, I mean, yeah. But my horns were small back then. No way I'd poke someone's eye out. Anyway, I got sick of it and stopped going. Never stopped hearing about it at home. Mom would tear into me about it every fucking day.
Shit, that's rough. I get it though. I don't think I'd have stayed in school either. But hey, you could get a degree now. Thanks to the charm.
Yeah. I could.
You should.
I might.
You will.
Okay, I'll do it.
Good boy. Now, enough chatting. That hotel's not gonna find itself.
Aye, boss.
Storm peered out the window with renewed vigor, examining every distant scaffold and bump. All his newfound ambition for the future seemed to be funneled into our current job. See, your old basta, positive reinforcement does work. I'm just gonna put these boys down here for a sec. There they are. Well, I'm blocking Amicus technically. Scoot over. Alright. I keep blocking Amicus. Damn it. I'm gonna put you at the corner. The kid woke up around 2 a.m. He fidgeted in his bed for 10 or so minutes. Then looked over to me. He stared for at least 5 more minutes before deciding I finally had to be asleep. Making sure my eyes were shut, I suppose. Like a cat, laid a hoof on the floor, like a dancer. He grazed it forward so as to not make a sound. I watched him like a hawk, in my own way. He wasn't going to get the upper hand on me, that's for damn sure. He walked towards the desk, knelt, opened the drawer. He reached in. I held my breath. I had to remind myself that I didn't keep my gun there. The kid felt around, real careful. Something I heard knocked against the side of the drawer, and he shifted it. He paused. Some cloth scratched against the pot of board. Then the dull thud of his thick fingers against my soft leather wallet. He opened it. He stared. Took a breath. Got to thinking. Can't say I don't understand. I can only do so in his position. Only an idiot would let the opportunity pass. If he takes the money and runs, I can give him a 30-second head start. But if he goes to bed thinking I'll fall for it, he's got another damn thing coming. And if he tries to do anything funny with me, he can't say as well as I can, which... Whoa. What happened? If he tries to do anything funny with me, he can't see as well as I can in the dark. That'll give me the advantage. There was a tap against the sheets of the bed. His tail was twitching. He reached in and brushed a finger over the bills. His tail stopped. His hand went limp too. I heard a sniffle. Storm didn't even pull the money out. He exhaled hard. Had to have been holding a whole lungful that whole time, and slipped my wallet back in where it belonged. His hoof slid to his not-so-thieving little self back to bed. For the next few hours, tend to sleep, just like I was. I don't think he noticed how much I was smiling. So I ought to say that I felt proud of him at that moment. Just as dawn broke, we got up and got ready for the day. Storm wouldn't even look at me. He was hunched over his plate, eyes down all throughout breakfast. Before waking up, I decided not to talk about it, but with all that guilt reeking off of him, I had no other choice. Sometimes people need a punishment for their own peace of mind. Might as well get it over with. Before we head out, I'd like to have a word with you.
What is it?
A streak of sunlight flashed from the window onto his face. The wetness in his eyes, glimmering like diamonds, struck out words out of my mouth like an open palm. What could I have even said to him? That I understood, and was proud he didn't steal my money. I was proud he'd do what he needed to survive. Curse upon curse piled onto us. If you don't grab hold of life first, you won't even blink as it wrings your neck. Maybe he should have run off with the money. The fact that he tried shows that he's not an idiot. That's something I can appreciate. Birds of a feather flock together, I suppose. But I can't tell him that.
Boss?
Sorry, I was lost in thought. It's just... I felt the feathers at the back of my neck ruffling and itching. I ended up blurting out the first thing that came to mind. I like to believe that what makes us good is not what we want to do, but what we stop ourselves from doing. Or how much we hold ourselves back from doing what we shouldn't. We all want awful things sometimes, don't we? Because we might need them to survive, or we want this or that. Or sometimes just because fucked up stuff can give us a kind of laugh. Or kind of a high. Have you ever wanted something like that? Something that makes you feel like the worst person in the world? It could just pop out of nowhere. A fucked up idea. and it makes you feel like a sick freak. Or maybe you feel like everything's going too good for you, and that can't be right. It can't last for long. So whatever you can to get caught and kicked out, you might as well, since it's gonna happen anyway. The wait is just unbearable. Have you ever felt that? Dear God, we got him spooked.
Yes, sir.
I'm on the same boat. I feel it every day. But there's something the dry tongue glued itself to the roof of my mouth. I almost gave up on the entire thing, but kept telling myself I had to say it. Even if I wasn't sure I believed it. There's one thing I know for sure. What we think about in those darker moments don't make us bad people. What matters is whether or not we give into it. There's something good in having the strength to hold on to what's right, even if it's at the last possible second. I have to respect someone who could get away with a crime scot-free, and then turns around and does the right thing instead. I had to swallow the lump in my throat to stop myself from saying too much. This wasn't about me. This isn't about you. You understand what I was saying?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Thank you. It won't happen again, sir.
You promise?
Yeah.
We stood there like a pair of statues. I don't know what he has to say about the fidgeting in his legs, neither did he. That should have been it. Time to head out and search for the hotel. But still, feathers stay ruffled. More words crawled up my throat, and I let them out before I could even think them through. When this is all over and done, you can come with me. There's no future for you out there, and I can help you make a fresh start back in the city. I didn't even know if I could do it. I didn't even know what I could do after this adventure was done. But there I was, making a promise I knew I couldn't keep.
Why are you doing this?
My grandpa didn't give a shred of help when he needed it. And you know what he had to do with to survive? You think he'd forgive me if I didn't do the right thing now? If you behave and do your part, you can count on me to do mine. Do we have a deal?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now let's head out. Before I forget, there's one thing you should know. I don't sleep. At all.
Good to know. No wonder you have such big bags around your eyes. I mean, look at those things. You got nearly a mask around those eyes. Holy crap, look how black they are.
As we walked out to my car, I couldn't stop asking myself why I promised to help him in the first place. His hands holding my wallet, tail tapping against my bed. The way he couldn't hold in a sniffle when his fingers touched the bills. You sad, sick piece of shit. You like having power over the kid, don't you? Makes it really damn easy to make him do whatever you want, huh? Do you really still think you could play the good guy? You'll just disappoint him when he finally sees what a sorry excuse of a man you are. You know that, right? Maybe you'd like this, and he's dirty like you. You wouldn't be able to relate to him otherwise, would you? It was already done. At least he'd been more motivated after that little pep talk. And that was reason enough to do it. It might help us reach the hotel. Plus, as long as he believed that promise, he wouldn't try to pull anything else like that. We'd both be safer for it. So I told myself that's all it was. That had to be it. The further I drove from the inn, the less sure I became. Okay, now we're gonna save. 1:35:15. Alright, so I'm gonna be right back in a bit. I'm just gonna mute the mic and put on the "We'll be right back" screen as I take my dog out in the backyard. Because he needs to go out for the night, and it's about this time where he usually goes. Kind of around like bedtime, 9, 10 o'clock for us. Or at least for my parents. I stay up late, baby. Maybe not much so once I start working. Anyway, I'll be back. Alright folks, I'm back. What did I miss? Alright, so I'm here, trying to put my left headphone back on. There we go. Alright, so the doggo has gone out for the night and he's putting his bed actually right next to me, which is kind of cute. So I'll move these out of the way for you so you don't have any sandals, shoe things in the way. Alright, so he's chilling there, and we will get started in a second. Alright, so if y'all are cool with it, I'm going to resume now. So, I'm thinking we should go to the tailor again and get the second pair of clothes. And somebody mentioned apple juice and caramel flavored vodka. Interesting. That's like an apple pie. Oh, I'd be down to try that, but I'm trying not to do like any drinking challenges or games on stream because the last time I did that, what a nightmare that was. Socially awkward. Anyway. So, I'm gonna do the tailor unless anybody objects. Nobody's objecting, so I'm gonna slowly press the button. Okay, nobody objected. We're going to the tailor first. What are you doing? Oh, I should probably... Shoot, sorry, I scrunched up your bed a little bit. Anyway. Just don't want getting into like a plastic bag or anything like that. Normally doesn't, but I just... Plastic bags are dangerous around children. Anyway. We return to the tailor. Perhaps Storm could use some extra clothing. We might be able to get some information from talking to her as well. I weighed the options out and chose to... I'm gonna do this. I bought more clothes on this trip than I honestly needed. I could part ways with most of them. Hell, I don't even wear some of them more than once or twice per year. When we got there, the tailor changed her minds and said she wouldn't take too long. Just 1 or 2 more hours, on top of a short trip back to the hotel to get a few shirts and pants. Which became 3 when her grandkids showed up to the back room, requiring a good portion of her attention. Front back room, either way. Then 5, counting a lunch break, ended up costing us the whole goddamn day after all. Fuck. While she was off doing her thing, I went around town asking people about the hotel. No success on that front. Storm followed from a distance, enjoying a fine day looking like a human. He had a smile plastered on his face the whole time. We returned to the tailor a few times over the course of the day, until it was all finally ready. Every time the old seamstress took a measurement, his room grew wider. Each moment she'd ignore his bovine features was proof of a concord kept. Like Icarus, borne aloft on giddy, childish energy, Storm's tail beat against his back. At least until she swore at him to hold still while she was giving his tail a tug for emphasis. Storm looked at me with all the horror of a man made to realize the frailty of his hopes. Peacock feather wings and wax promises were all that separated him from plunging back into the hotel he'd become so accustomed to. Or the hell, not even the hotel. In an instant, he froze up, his jaw inverted. He floundered in emotional freefall, like a skydiver whose parachute won't open. I tried my damnedest not to laugh, but the levity on my face kept his panic at bay. Realization soon hit him at terminal velocity. The old woman had already forgotten she ever noticed his tail. Oh. Hey! Look at him, he looks awesome now. With the ensemble complete, I came forward to look at himself in the full-length mirror. The mirror was a hazy thing, rusted in with grain, glitching like blotches from the corners. Storm gazed at it, shifting left and right to check himself out. That jacket might be too hot for this climate, at least during the day, but it looks damn fine on you. You sure you want to keep it on?
But it's the best part. Man, it's like I came straight out of one of the movies I saw on TV.
Huh. What do you mean by that? He shrunk back into uncertainty, seeming to have an awkward time explaining it.
You know, no one wears secondhand football jerseys in the movies, right? But that's what I had. It's what my mom could get me when I was growing up. That and those really thin polyester shirts from the factory down south. But they wouldn't last long. Since I have horns, they get stuck and... yeah. But in the movies, it ain't like that. People don't wear clothes like that, you know. And they have cool haircuts, and everything's just... stylish.
I still couldn't quite figure out what movies he meant. Just like imagining like the... I'm not gonna say it here. Besides, just thinking he already looked good enough to be in the movie. Maybe I should take that as a compliment. They were my clothes after all. You shouldn't compare yourself to actors like that. It ain't fair. You do know they have the whole times doing their makeup to prepare their clothes, right? Normal people can't look like that.
But I am looking like that right now. Like I'm one of those punk guys. That's why I pierced my ear in the first place, you know. I just always wanted to look like this, just for a day.
Kid, are you serious? Call my clothes of all things punk? For a tough guy in a rough place, you're pretty damn sheltered. Doesn't have to be for a day. Those clothes are all yours to keep. And I can't say I'm surprised you want to look punk. The air gauge did give it away. How'd you even get pierced around those parts? Is there a tattoo parlor or something?
That. Yeah, so back then, it was some years ago. I just turned 18. I was spending a while away from home. There was a gang. I joined up with them and was told I had to impress. So they got the idea of sneaking me into a farm and, getting the needle gun they used to tag cattle. Yeah. So that's happened. Things got complicated later, so I left, but I did actually want the ear thing. Makes me feel intimidating, I guess. More normal. People never liked me much. Even Mom sure as hell didn't. After a while, I just accepted it.
What could I even say to that? Graciliano Ramos couldn't have written a more tortured kid. We both shuffled our feet into silence, while the seamstress checked every bill of the cash I forked over, before I took the initiative to break it. You do look good. With the clothes and the gauge, style and edge. Aw.
Thanks, boss.
I parked the car on the road's shoulder and turned off the engine. There was a cloud of yellow butterflies on the road, taller than 3 houses stacked together, and thicker than the worst fog in the world. It would be impossible to follow any curve in the road, let alone see if there was a car coming from the other direction. I didn't plan on dying just yet, so waiting for it to pass was the only option.
Always happens around this time of year. The butterflies are having their breeding season.
A horrible disgusting, loathsome creatures.
You don't like butterflies?
No, they're just discount moths that only get in the way. I swear, every time I try performing a rite with butterflies nearby, it's gone to shit. There's something in them that interferes with getting magical effects to stick.
So, now that you mention that, I was thinking back to that ritual you did to make my charm boss. I've been meaning to ask you something, sir. Don't know if it's forbidden or anything of the sort, but I thought it was worth a shot.
Well then, shoot.
Could you teach me some of your magic?
That's a tricky question. First off, don't call it magic. I know some rites and mysteries, which, as the name implies, are meant to be secretive. Under most circumstances, I'd have to say no. But you are my protege, and I've already extended some of my humility to you. That does allow me to teach you a couple things at least. Yeah, come to think of it, there is some stuff you should probably know. It won't be anything flashy though.
Oh, you can't teach me to throw fireballs?
Idiot, those charms alter people's minds in such a way that you and I can walk around like normal humans. And you want to be a glorified matchstick? Just because it's saying some flashy doesn't mean it's not worth learning. Besides, if you want to kill someone, a gun's quicker and just overall better. I don't think anyone can do that, sorry. Plus, I specialize in more practical stuff, like different kinds of charms crafting and all that. Why not wait till the end? We'll stop by the market. We'll need some materials.
Animal trails, flowers? Human bones?
Nah, more like some bags of salt, beer, and paper clips. Hold that thought, I think we can make it through now. We'll talk some more about rides later. For now, keep your eyes peeled for the hotel. So, we'll perform 3 rites tonight.
Ah yes, I cast gun. Bam!
It was later at night, when the darkness made it impossible to continue our search. We returned to our room at the inn, and after we settled ourselves, the kid had begged me to hurry up with the teaching him magic. I'd taken a deep breath, kept my palm pressed firmly against my thigh, and reminded him that we weren't doing shitty parlor tricks. Our supplies sat on the bed between us. A sack of coarse salt from the local mines with a beatific taper printed on the side, a box of paper clips, and 2 6-packs of the second cheapest beer in the store. We couldn't be entirely classless now, could we? Let's start with the simplest one, a purification rite. All mythicals are, more or less, vulnerable to... The right term is defilement, but for the sake of simplicity, let's just call it bad energy. It's not really a form of energy, and it isn't necessarily bad if you know what you're doing, but for now, let's go with that. Back on topic, anyone can get bad energy by coming into contact with impure things like blood, waste, sexual fluids, or just any kind of filth. Bad energy can disrupt many kinds of rites. Some mythicals are so vulnerable to it that they can get sick if they accrue too much. Luckily for us, there are a number of ways to cleanse ourselves. A good, long bath with lots of running water does the trick in most circumstances. But a quicker way for us feather and furry mythicals is to use salt. Yeah, that salt they sell in most stores is alright in a pinch. But for the best results, you want a good old highlight. Rock salt straight from the earth. Or Florida style. Or just grab a decent handful and sprinkle it over your head. Like this. Magic. Storm kept a close watch on me as I demonstrated, letting the coarse grains sit on my head in feathers and fall my shoulders. He did the same. Looked around the room and then back at me. Hoping he did it right. I nodded.
I don't feel any different.
Yeah, bad energy isn't something most of us can really feel. But cleaning it off is important for rights regardless. Another thing, in folklore, people use salt circles to ward off evil, right? Turns out that's a very functional way to shield yourself from some apparitions and stop bad energy from coming in. Ah, we could have done that in like Echo and Arches and all those stories. All we need to do is just make a giant salt circle around the town. Doy! Actually, wait a minute. If all the haunting stuff comes from inside the town, the salt circle would stop them from leaving the town. Who put the salt circle down? Take the sack and pour out some salt along the windowsill and in front of the doorway. Storm hopped up to obey, pouring a line along the edge of the door with careful precision. He looked back at me, a bit quizzical. I nodded. With yet more care, he poured a small strip of salt along the windowsill. Again, he looked back at me, like a confused puppy waiting for approval. I nodded.
What now?
That's it. You've just performed your first purification rite. Aren't you proud of yourself?
Well, that's lame. I was expecting something cooler like summoning electricity from my hands or creating light.
You gotta earn your keep and know your damn place if you want to learn anything bigger than. Clenched my jaw. I took a breath. Yes, it cannot have any breaks. Any breaks means a way for the spirits, bro. Come in. Don't worry. I'll still have 2 more rites to teach you. The next one's not flashy either, but it could save your life. Doctors hate you for this. He handed me the sack of salt and sat back down on the bed with a huff. Petulant fucking child. Another breath. As a mythical being, we're vulnerable to more than just bad energy. There's this thing. Some people call it recursion. Others call it karma or whatever. But it really doesn't have a name. Or it doesn't need one. What matters is that this thing makes sure some patterns repeat. It conspires for things to happen in certain ways. And sometimes you might be feeling like some dangerous patterns starting up again. Or maybe you're stuck in a rut, going round and round, spiraling out of control. Luckily for us, there's a way to disrupt it. Here, take one of these. I grab a handful of paper clips and hand it out to him. You probably won't believe this at first, but remember what I just said about spirals? What shape is this? A spiral, right? And what does it do? Hold shit together. Hold on, where the heck are they? I have paper clips, I swear. Ah, yes. Come on. My first demonstration. Paper clips. What shape is this? A spiral, right? And what does it do? Hold shit together. So, if you're ever in a situation where you feel like you're circling some dangerous thing that's happened before, just take one of these and break it with your fingers. I'm going to perform a magic ritual on stream live. Totally not clickbait. If this becomes a highlight video, that's the title. Dirk performs magic rituals live, no clickbait. Gone wrong. Hold on, maybe make like the thumbnail title for it. Then it'll just be like that pose. God, I can't even break this one with my fingers. I'm not gonna be able to do the magic. Oh, no, wait, I'm doing it. Okay. Break it with your fingers. The more pieces, the better. And then toss them over your left shoulder. I can't break it! It's too malleable. And then toss them over your left shoulder and don't look back. Is this witchcraft? How do I break it into pieces? It has to be your left. And you can't look where they fall. I need to make sure they don't go over my dog. Because then he'll just like try and eat them. I'm leaving the old pattern behind with this gesture. And it'll only stick if you follow this right. Storm was clearly trying not to pout out of politeness. If you want, I can give you something to pout about. God damn it, will you stop? He twisted the clip as fast as he could, and then tossed the pieces over his shoulder. Should I? I'm gonna complete the ritual. If something happens, here we go, we're gonna cut it into multiple pieces. Holy crap, that's actually much harder to cut than I thought. That did not do much. Probably because of the, whatever, coating. God dang it! I only have one piece. Well, they technically only said pieces. So, if it's only two... Dang it! Ah! Why am I so bad at cutting paper clips? Maybe I just messed up the scissors by doing this. We're getting serious. We're taking out the kitty scissors. Okay, this is like the dumbest idea. I don't know. How the heck do you break paper clips? Can somebody tell me how paper clip breaking works? Just bend it until it breaks. I'm gonna keep bending it, but it's not gonna break. Wow. Use pliers. Boy, that would have been a good idea. My discount is to use scissors and then bend them. Because I think the kind of the rubber paint or whatever coating on here is kind of messing with it. So I'm going to cut it a couple of times. We're performing rituals on this stream. This is now becoming a magic, psychic streaming channel. We make homemade witchcraft here on this channel. I think I just have to cut this like a couple more times, just keep pecking at it. Okay, I think I got some progress there. Okay, once it starts doing that, then I can... God. My hands are getting slippery now. That ain't good. Oh, I think I got it. Doesn't matter if the pieces are even. I got 3 pieces so far. And the light is doing a terrible job at showing them all. May I join your witchcraft club and do some magic too? Go on ahead! Dirk promotes throwing paper clips over your shoulder for magic. Alright, I'm gonna make sure this goes... This is my left shoulder. To y'all, it looks like my right. But I'm making sure that this is my left shoulder and that it doesn't go over to my dog. Okay, are y'all ready for this? He twisted the clip as fast as he could and then tossed the pieces over his shoulder. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Don't look back. Whatever you do, do not look back. You're gonna break the magic. All the while looking at me like it's some humiliating prank. I could only break it into 3. Maybe next time I'll break a record and do 4.
Fuck, this is so lame. Can't you just teach me any fun rights?
Oh, you have no idea what I have installed for you.
Oh boy, can't wait.
I promise, this will be the best one yet. You're gonna love it. With one hand, I pulled up some music on my phone. With the other, I pulled off 2 cans from the 6-pack. Chug, 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 chug. Okay, for my next trick, I'm actually going to run downstairs and get a beer. No, I am not kidding, and no, I won't drink in excess. Alright, we are putting away our magic tools. Make sure to keep your magic tools away from children. They can get harmed by this. Didn't realize this, but it's kind of magnetic? Yeah, this is magnetic, holy crap. So you're gonna need some kitty scissors and paper clips. And do we throw away the paper clips if we're done with them? I have completed the magic trick. Whatever, right. Anyway, I'll be back in a second with the beer. I'm too late. I only had one inside the house, the rest are outside. So I'm gonna technically count it as 2 by pouring half of it into here. Oh dear god, that is going up fast. Oh my god, the bubbles are rising. Panicking as I'm trying to let it settle. Can you teleport with magic? I bet we're gonna learn that one next week. Anyway, just gonna move that a little bit out of the way. Oh shoot, the head's not going down. The lighting is terrible, sorry about this, but... yeah. Still not going down, dang it! I guess we'll have to perform the ritual with my poorly poured beer. With one hand, I pulled some music on my phone. With the other, I pulled off 2 cans from the 6-pack. We're pulling up music, baby. Copyright be damned. I wonder what kind of music are we gonna need. How old are you again?
21.
What's 9 plus 10?
21.
You're stupid. Here then. I tossed him his can and cracked mine open. Then exhaled and shut my eyes to gather my thoughts, waiting for him to ask a question, or at least open his beard. Oh, really fucking kid has no clue what kind of danger we could get into if we fall down a spiral of recursion. He thinks he deserves to learn the fun rights. If I teach him anything special, he'll definitely just use it to steal my wallet for real. Hell, if I'd been going easy on him, if it was my dad he'd be sassing him like that, he should have learned that guy'll die damn quick to keep his head down and his mouth shut. Maybe I should. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with me? He could have run away with the money. And god damn it, I would have had him in his place. Or I would have if I was in his place. But he didn't. He's not a bad kid. In fact, he's better than me by a mile. Hell, if I can't find the hotel, at least I'll be able to help him out. That's for damn sure better than anything I've done ever since joining the force.
Boss, what are we doing?
I shook away all those thoughts. What does it look like? We're having a beer. And while you do, you and I are gonna have a little talk about what being a mythical is like.
God damn it, I thought we were actually gonna do magic with this one.
Is that even a right?
Yep. You might not recall, but that charm of yours needed to be powered up a bit more. And we do that by having some good old alcohol and talking. Thankfully, we only needed the fire to craft your charm, not to strengthen it. Storm stared down his can. His gaze ear flicked until he pacified it with a caress. Does he even realize that this thing carries a piece of me? Doesn't he even understand that I've given even more myself by doing this? That rite we performed to craft your charm is called the Oath of Kinship. That particular method of charm crafting is based on taking what pieces of humanity we have in ourselves and honoring them, raising them up so that we may gain a place as kin of humanity, like family. And to craft that charm, I do extend to you my own oath by putting a part of myself in that gauge of yours. Once humanity is a living, breathing thing, and it needs to be cleansed of any impurity which may corrupt it, and it must be tended like a flame. You should purify your gauge regularly. Alcohol, or running water and soap once per day, if possible, with some salt purification 2 or 3 times a week. I took a swig of my beer. Much better than American beer. Holy crap. And by talking, we will rekindle it. If its fabrication is high quality, and should its flame grow strong enough, a charm like that, what you've got there, could give you a perfect and indistinguishable disguise. I didn't have a lot of work with in terms of materials, but I know my way around these rites. I didn't want to mention it back then, but I am a trained occultist.
Oh boy, we are going to be messing with some dark arts tonight.
Wait, so?
No, I'm not a fucking devil. I didn't steal your soul. What I'm trying to say is that, if you take good care of the charm for many years, one day it might get to that level. Might even be better than a passport.
Then why don't you use this kind of charm? I only ever see you with your passport.
I had one, but it stopped working a while back. That kind of charm can fizzle out when the right master dies. But don't worry, I have no intention of dying anytime soon. You can trust me on that one. It took him another few seconds, but at last he opened his beer with a bit of a smile and took his first sip. Pretend this is a can of beer.
Guess I'm on board with shooting the shit for a while.
Attaboy. What do you say we get into it then, huh?
Guess I gotta think up some conversation topics. Well,
So that's how we started, with Storm getting the very basics out of the way first. What it's like living in the capital, how's the weather there? Then he asked me how many other mythicals I know, how many there are, what kinds one could expect to find in the area. Didn't take him too long to lose his shyness and get down to the real questions.
like, if I'm with someone in that way, and say, they put their hands on my horns, what would they feel?
The charm affects their perception and cognition. If they were to grab your horns, they wouldn't notice it. It doesn't change who you are, just what they see, feel, and remember. Rule number 2, listen to the occultist. They know the spirits better than you. So spirit medium, exorcist, and things like that. Another reason why people die in horror films. They don't listen to the occultist. Probably true. And somebody asked me earlier, Emerald actually, asked me, so again, Dirk, do you believe in the supernatural? Sorry I missed your question earlier, and sorry to not say hi to everybody when I got back, but... I personally do not, fully believe in a supernatural presence. My family believes in, higher entity and, religion and spirituality and stuff like that, but I kind of am more indifferent to it, I'd say, than, denying it or affirming it. I think if it is, it is. If it isn't, it isn't. But I'm not gonna go around and just start screwing with things like a Ouija board or any, crazy things like that, just to be, edgy or whatever. Yeah. Why am I shrugging? The occultist in me. But it doesn't change who you are. They just see, feel, and remember those things.
Weird. Wouldn't it just be easier to just change your body? Can't you do that stuff with, magic?
Nah, that's much harder. There's no rat that could do something like that. I only know about gods and heroes of legend shape-shifting. But those aren't around anymore.
And... gosh, can't believe I'm asking this. What it's like during...
I'll admit, it was fun to let him squirm. He looked away, cheeks flustered enough to see through his black fur. I leaned back and laughed after drowning my beer. Or down in my beer. I said down in my beer. I only got down to here, close enough. I only started up here. Just pretend I downed the whole thing.
Oh god, he's angry. You know what I mean, you cunt.
Sorry, I'm afraid I don't.
Ugh, you're just pretending to be stupid.
Oh, you're calling your boss stupid now, kid? After I went through all that trouble of you pulling out of that cave and teaching you how to look human?
No, sir. Sorry, sir.
That's better. Yeah, like an adult. Say what's on your mind.
I just want to know what it's like during sex.
Instant demonetization. Ah, I couldn't hold back another laugh. And to my dismay, it came out far too bird-like for my taste. That's how birds laugh. Ah. It was nice, though, that the kid didn't seem to find it odd. The same principle applies. They'll see and feel you as human, even if they should notice otherwise. If they touch your fur, it will feel like skin. If they kiss you, they'll just think your mouth is a human one. They won't hear your hooves, nor will they notice your tail. But if you get too far from your charm, oh, they'll see every damn thing. That's why it's always good to have more than one on you. Every once in a while, you might find a human who's open-minded enough to know the truth, but it's best to not share often. So, as you can guess, dating a human can be difficult. If you're gay, it's a bit better. At least, it's easier to just hook up. There's this one damn bird from America who's just horn-dogging it all over the place. Lucas, I think his name was? My reaction to Lucas exactly.
Excuse me? Gay?
Yeah. Did I stutter?
You're a gay?
Guilty as charged. That a problem?
No, sir. Just surprised a guy like you. I mean, you don't act like one is all.
Well, you got those horns and hooves of yours, but I don't see you eating grass. He ducked his head in like I just reached over and smacked him across the mouth.
I'm sorry.
God fucking damn me. Nah, I should apologize. I kinda killed the mood, didn't I?
No, it's just... I wasn't expecting it is all. I really don't have an issue with it, sir.
Boy, you're in for a ride, Trinix. I know you're kidding, but honestly, that just sounds so hilarious out of context.
If anything, I think being gay is cool. Storm 2021.
Cool! God damn it, Storm, you're killing me here!
Hey, it's true! Look, we don't got much around here, but I've seen some movies and...
And?
They turned out to all just be gay pornos. I don't know. There were some good... I don't know. There were some gay people in them. And I thought that was cool, right? I'd much rather be gay and live somewhere nice than be straight around these parts. You're cool, is what I'm saying.
Aww. Love you too, Storm and... P.
And I'm glad you're gay.
I try, believe me, when I said I tried to not laugh again.
Hey, don't laugh at me. I'm serious here.
God, you're killing me.
If you don't stop laughing, I'll be killing you, alright?
Sure, try me. Give me a good fucking reason to make you regret it. And when I'm done, you can cry like the bitch you are and beg to do anything I want. Anything for me to forgive you. Okay, I'm stopping. God damn, I needed that. Look, it's just... Sure, keep believing being gay is stylish and cool, you sweet naive child. It's charming. I just hope you never learn about dating apps.
Well, you piece of shit, now you have to tell me what those are.
Me, who's still too afraid to use one. Nah, you're better off not knowing.
Spill it. I know you want to.
Oh, so nowadays you can just run a program on your phone to meet folks. You create a profile yourself, then you'll see everyone else around you who made one too. See who's nearby, send messages and stuff. Guys use those to hook up. If you can host, live in a busy area, and know what you're doing, you could get someone to suck your dick in no time. The kid almost looked like he didn't believe me at first. But the longer he seemed to think about it, the bigger his grin became.
I bet I could score a ton with those dating apps. At least, now that I look human.
I'm sure people would still want to hook up with you even without that. Sure, after you lose a kilo or 12.
Damn, P. Why you gotta be like that?
Shit, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come across like that. I just wasn't thinking.
I just think you're cool, okay? Sorry if I'm not putting it into good words, but you don't have to be an asshole about it.
Look, I'm sorry. I was lying, okay? Just being a cunt for no reason because I'm fucked up in the head. You look great. You're not even fat. You're just robust and guys love that. You're big in all the right places. Wank. There's nothing wrong with the way you look.
I'm half bull, man. There's everything wrong with the way I look. You don't have to lie to me to make me feel better.
And I'm for a fucking peacock. What's your point? There's nothing wrong with me, and there sure as hell isn't anything wrong with you.
You know what? You're right. I do look great. And it's about damn time you recognize my good looks. So, what you like the most about me?
Don't make it weird. Don't fuck this up. Don't go too far. Look at him. Kid wants it real fucking bad. Never had a good single thing said to him his whole goddamn life, probably. Tell him what he wants to hear. I bet he'll... Oh, God. Sure, I'll bet. My 3 favorite things about you. Your mouth that never stops going on and on. Your horns when they leave marks on my car's ceiling. And how much you smell like a bomb. That got the tension and got the kid cheered up. Guess I could really joke around without being an asshole about it.
Damn straight. My smell is really something else, huh?
Yeah, I just love how you can stink up the whole room. Think you could go out for a run to get it just a tiny bit more pungent?
I'll do anything for you, babe. If you want. I could even roll around in the dirt for a bit to add some spice.
It won't be necessary. Your basic stench is good enough already. The kid chugged the last of his can. God, that makes me think about my college days. Throwing back to when I was on the keg. I only did keg one day. Technically, I did it twice, but at like 2 different parties that day. Boy, that was a blast. Man, I'm really missing those college days, and I only just graduated a few months ago. Now I'm a boring adult who does boring adult things like work and take care of this dog. The kid chugged off the last of his can, tossed it over his shoulder, then hopped off the bed.
Well, I'll be off then.
Excuse me?
Going out for a run like you ordered, sir. You better be ready for my stink when I get back.
He was careful not to disturb the line of salt across the doorway, too much as he headed out. And then there I was, left alone all by my fucked up self. God damn it! I got this much beer left. I finished the rest of my beer. And then got to cleaning up from our rats. Okay, now I can throw away the paper clips. We had Storm return half an hour or so later, stinking of sweat and dusty fur. He crawled up into bed to get some shut-eye. I don't know, Dirk. Most adults don't read boring furry AVNs over the internet. But I might be reading them less once I start working. While he drifted off into dreamland, I spent a few hours trying to summon up another vision of that dark chamber with the crystals. But I just couldn't get a grip on it. I'll get the occasional flash of movement, but that might have just been me saying things. It didn't help that the beer seemed to have got right through me. The more I focused, the more I felt I needed to take a leak. That is me anytime I need to go to bed. It's like, okay, I am tired as hell. Sits in the bed for a few minutes. I need to take a piss. And then I just am like too tired to move, but I still need to take a piss. And eventually I move, and I take the piss. And then I'm kind of tired, and then I'm about to fall asleep, then I need to take a piss again. Okay, to be honest, how many of y'all would want to ride Storm? Wink, wink. Thank you, Emerald, for that. Being honest. Anyway. It was about 3 a.m. when I gave up. I stood, careful to not wake Storm. One would think a guy of his size would snore like a goddamn chainsaw, but he slept like a baby. When I glanced the other way, I saw movement in the light coming from under the curtains. I drew back one of the panels to get a better look. On the last salt Storm had put down, a handful of flies were buzzing around, flocking all over it, even eating the grains. Weird. Salt was supposed to ward off that sort of defilement. I didn't know what the hell to make of that sight. I licked a fingertip to wet it, placed it on a hopefully less fly-touched part of the line, then touched it to my tongue. It tastes like nothing. Interesting. The inn's restaurant was the size of a cramped living room. Its tables were covered by a thick semi-transparent plastic, marred with scratches, cigarette burns, and far more than a single year's worth of unknown gunk. Every other one was decorated with a half-filled ashtray. Some of the butts so old that they crumbled and released their dust at the slightest breeze. From the kitchen came the gurgling of something being boiled, along with the unmistakable, essentially Hinterlands-ish smell of burning coffee. I could already taste the diabetes-inducing amount of sugar required to hide the flavor. Real local color. Storm and I arrived at our usual time, but that day none of the usual luxuries of our continental breakfast were served to us. No pungent cheese, slimy ham, challah bread, or bottle of butter of the land. Just the burning coffee in the kitchen, and a more inviting glass of instant coffee powder. Storm and I sat and waited, but the kid was restless, tapping away at his thighs like a set of drums. I had a hard time figuring out the rhythm he was going for. Hell, it was like he was overlapping 2 or 3 songs at once. But I managed to sneak in some humming here and there. Not long after, Storm spoke up.
Hey, have you got some more music on your phone? Aside from the jazz songs you play while driving?
Just those. But here, if the Wi-Fi holds up long enough, you can download some songs via this app. It's a third-party app that downloads songs from YouTube illegally.
Instantly gets arrested?
Just please don't pick anything up that's too much of an earworm. A storm tapped and swept away. I got up to ask the receptionist why there was no food. He wasn't at the front door, nor in the back room, so I checked the kitchen. And there he was, laid out on the floor with a tuna sandwich in his hand, half unconscious and high out of his mind. I crouched down to his level and I spoke. "You alright?" He took one look at me with his blurry, drooping eyes and responded with a slurred racial epithet. I put in my best effort to establish an intellectual exchange, but he was unwilling to engage with me. Trying to sit him up at all just made me push me away. Despite his sovereign position in the middle of the room, the fellow seemed perfectly content with his current predicament and unwelcoming of my interference. Interference, Jesus. Well, fine, bitch. I'm helping you out of spite now. First thing I did was heft him onto his side. At least he didn't struggle against it. Maybe he was just more out of it with each passing second. After that, I shut off the stove. Idiot had turned on full blast and the coffee had congealed into cinched syrup in the pot. Shut the fridge door, started away its angry whirring while it tried to fill back up with cold air. It brought up the poor bastard a cup of water. That's when I noticed his breathing getting shallow. I sighed. Goddamn, if he dies, I'll waste a whole fucking day explaining the situation. They'll probably question the kid. Might even take his charm. What a fucking mess. I held back my disgust while I reached into his pocket. A little bundle of papers and his cell phone. No emergency service out here, so I don't know who the hell to call. But it would seem my semi-conscious new friend here never had to sit through a cybersecurity analyst talking on and on about secure passwords and two-factor authentication. Which is why to say he didn't use a lock screen. And his wallpaper was a screen cap from a porn flick. Watermarks and all. Oh, the standards just flying out the window. None of his contacts seemed to be the right person to call. He hadn't messaged or replied to any of them for a number of days. Shuffling through the papers, I pulled out with the phone. I found a number that circled a few times. Better than that one of the 8 ZZs and Marias. I got up and called. Let's take a drink. Oh, never mind. Hello, do you know, I lean over to read his name tag. Zeno? Ah, your brother. Well, he's in a real bad spot over at the end and could probably use a hand. Oh, you could come now? Fantastic. Yeah, I'm in a bit of a hurry myself, so... She hung up. Sensible enough, her brother was still breathing, sometimes mumbling. So, our chef seemed to have a high attack, I guess. I don't know, that is how the weed works, supposedly, in this world. Smoke weed, pass out. But probably was more than just that. Probably something else. I left into his nap and went back out to the dining area.
So, we getting any food?
Nope, coffee's burned and the receptionist's burned out. He's high as a goddamn kite and having a bad trip or some shit. His sister's on the way, though. We'll get some food on the road. But we'll sit tight a while longer. I can prepare us for some instant coffee while the guy's rescue comes.
Aye aye, boss. That gives me just enough time to finish downloading a couple more songs.
Off to the side was the table of a few empty boxes of tea bags and an overturned bottle of instant coffee powder. There were only beer glasses locked in a cabinet, a dozen plastic cups, and a single paper mug. Featureless and blank. Save for the phrase, Hail Mary hand-painted on it. I couldn't control myself. I swear drinking from that Hail Mary mug just tasted better. Full of grace, indeed. Oh god, the Catholic puns! No! I can recite that whole prayer for you right now. That was the shortest one, so that's the easiest one. Hail Mary... Okay. Okay, during my gay furry VN, we're gonna have a religious Christian prayer session, okay? Everybody do it with me. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. See, we even get some wholesomeness in our views and our streams, right? A religious prayer session right after witchcraft. We are inclusive. Full of grace indeed. The instant coffee was actually halfway tolerable. To me at least. Storm, on the other hand, almost retched after the first sip from his plastic cup. My thoughts too.
Ugh, this tastes like ass.
I don't know. Tastes fine to me.
Who the hell are you?
The guy's sister is a nun. Oh, pray for her. A nun slammed the front door open and came stomping in. I pointed her towards the kitchen and on she went. With that hopefully sorted, I returned to my coffee. Plus, ass tastes much better.
Oh, fuck off. I actually had something I wanted to show you. I downloaded a song I really like. That's okay with you.
Yeah. I got space on my hard drive for it. Now let's not waste any more time. We actually have an actually decent hotel to hunt.
Oh, we check it out of here.
I knocked on one of Storm's horns with my knuckle. Nah, I'm talking about that magic Minotaur one. Come on, let's go. Alright, we are going to save, just because I like saving. Damn it, move out of the way, you stupid screen. So we went to the tailor, we went to the Colonel's estate, we went to the Salt Plains. Somebody said we should stop at the flooded town next. Should we do the flooded town? Storm's home maybe would be interesting, but probably not for now. Hail Mary, but in Portuguese. No. Oh, don't do this to me. But for the best route, go to the first church. It's in the flooded place. So there's a second church. Yeah, do the flooded town. Good advice. I'm fine if people give me like little tidbits and spoilers for like the best option. Yeah, you don't have to give me like a step-by-step, but if it's just like, oh, that would be better than this, that's cool. Flooded town we go. The roads are shit. It made sense, of course. Who would want to go to a stagnant pond? But it still made for a rough driving to our goal for the day. You are already out of the best route, though. Heck! As long as we can make it to the hotel, we're fine. If we can make it to the hotel, we're good. And I feel like this is the best route in my heart. At the bottom of the valley, not too far from the Salt Plains, are the sunken remains of the Hinterlands' first township. Skin Taper. It had flooded some decades ago. Not too long after my grandpa's movements. Or not after my grandpa's involvement with a certain incident. And there I was to pay the bill for it. The water seemed unusually clear for a stagnant sinkhole in the hinterlands. The salt seeping in from the land made sure nothing could live there. So there was no algae or anything. And unlike the pond at the actual bottom of the hinterlands, this wasn't a polluted cesspit. Yeah, so somebody said, yeah, this is for some achievements. No, there's still hope. As long as I'm just worried about just getting them to the hotel. That's the biggest thing. Oh, so this doesn't impact on us finding the hotel. Okay. I'll do anything I want then. But honestly, I'm just curious to see how it plays out with these choices then. I think just seeing the churches and then doing that, getting the pelt thing or whatever the guy needed. The god, just some guy. Yeah, I'm just gonna try that out. Anyway, and unlike the pond at the actual bottom of the hinterlands, this wasn't a polluted cesspit. There were a few buildings with the roofs barely at the surface of the water, and some distance in was the church steeple. The only thing that stuck out was a good distance above the stillness. It was like being in a museum. The old town almost seemed to be frozen in the moment of its destruction. Storm and I spent a good half hour around walking the lake, planning our approach. Fortune seemed to smile on us. We ended up borrowing an old rowboat stuck on some reeds. We rowed in towards the church's tower. The hinterlands isn't a very loud area, but there's something especially quiet feeling about being out in a rowboat. The place was emptier than a graveyard, and thus all the more hushed. The sound of our paddling rippled out with each heave. Storm seemed to be having a little trouble getting his bearings. First time on a boat? He looked down at his hooves.
Yes, sir.
How are you finding it?
I ain't nauseous. It's fine. You need any help rowing?
Of all the things to be shy about, motion sickness? Just look at something far away from you. Breathe deeply and slowly. If I had some snacks and ginger, that'd settle your stomach. But, well, we're already out here.
Thanks, boss.
You know anything about this place?
Just that sort of sunk. Or got flooded. Or something. I mostly just know there's some of my older brothers hung out around here sometimes. You'll probably find a lot of beer cans floating around in some corner or other.
Nothing seemed to float our way. But the detritus littering the bottom... Is that detritus? Littering the bottom of some meters down looked as old as the buildings. But who could really tell past all the corrosion and scaling? Once it bumped into the church steeple, we circled the place to search for the easiest way in. It looked like most of the windows were intact, but there was a back one which seemed to have been just left open when the place was abandoned.
The old man said I was supposed to dive down, right?
I guess it's your time to shine, yeah.
Yep, gotta earn my pay, right?
Right. Not gonna lie, this is my family's legacy here. I'd do it myself if I could. But these tail feathers aren't for show, you know. Liable to just get caught on something and drown myself.
Yeah.
Is it detritus? Detritus? Okay, detritus. You do know how to swim, right?
Yes, Dad. I've gone swimming before. Don't worry.
Now that fiend from the Salt Plains mentioned something putting up some magic to protect this place using my grandpa's feathers. If that's true, it shouldn't be too hard to dispel it. I pulled an old tail feather, dipped it in some alcohol I brought with me, and then set it all right. Storm noticed my agony, but said nothing. May the path forward reveal itself. Ooh. Storm turned away from me and started shucking off his clothes. He prepared to leap, but I stopped him and handed over a tail feather.
What's this for?
Consider it a protective charm. Tuck it in your underwear. If anything happens, I'll dive down to get you, okay?
As if you could deal with my weight. You'll just end up drowning yourself too.
Maybe Don wouldn't be so bad.
Don't know about that. See you in a minute, boss.
Plunk. He tucked my feather into his waistband and plunged in. Sitting underwater was always so uncomfortable. The pain wasn't there, but everything felt like a little streaked. Like there was a semi-transparent curtain in front of me. Storm seemed like he had to really struggle against his own buoyancy to get down to the window. Once he did, darkness embraced him. There were glimmers of light, sure, but which ones could you trust and follow when you didn't have much time for air? Lord, I hope I'm not drowning the kid. He swooped around in the dark and smacked into a grimy window he thought was a door. Oh shit, don't tell me he cut himself on the glass. You lazy cunt, oh fucking bastard, king the backwater hit to die for you. He jiggled the knob at the other end of the dark hallway, but didn't budge. He coughed. The bubbles shivered as they crossed a ray of sunlight. God damn it, Storm, no, god damn it, shit! He began to kick out the door, grabbed a banister and hurled his weight against it. His movements were getting sluggish as he swam through the hole he kicked into it. I was already unbuttoning my shirt and preparing to dive in after him. The tall, multicolored light of the chapel was oddly beautiful in the murky water. I cursed myself for having to drown a boy. But then I heard gasping and coughing, not from the vision, but from under the church's roof. It seemed there still existed a pocket of stale air at the very top of the chapel. I sat back down in the rowboat and crossed myself. You wouldn't have even gone in. You were rowed and ran away. You ain't relieved he's alright. You just glad you don't have to do any work and put your sorry life on the line. I almost tore out more feathers to get myself to shut up. My connection was a shot, but I still tried to keep watch. Storm debunked his head back down under the water to look around, once he had caught his breath. He did this a few times. I wonder if he thought the light was beautiful too. He took a deep breath before diving back down again. Near the door he'd broken through was the altar. A big wooden, ornately engraved cross hung beyond the pulpit. Off to the side was a rotten old harmonium and a big cabinet. Waterlogged as it was, the locked cabinet was easy enough to pry open for Storm. As for that cross, he wrenched it off the wall. Storm returned for another breath of air. He really would have died, you know. He just happened to get lucky finding that air pocket. How many people does your family have to kill before you learn your lesson? Wasn't it enough for your gramps to butcher the mythicals that live there? Instead of backtracking, Storm swam down the aisle and examined the church's main door. While that was keeping it closed was a round plank of wood. He pushed it aside like it was nothing. There's the light. Isn't it beautiful? That's all you can do. Sit back and watch while the boy does your work for you. Had he died, would you at least have gone down to retrieve the pelt and cross? I mean, let's face it, there's no doubt you'd have left his corpse behind. First, your scrawny ass would never be able to drag it out and back up. And second, you'd be ruined if anyone found out you were involved in this mess. Imagine explaining that to the authorities you killed a kid while searching for some magic fucking hotel. It'd be best to leave him down there. No one would even miss him. Shut up! Shut up! I just about jumped out of the boat when Storm resurfaced, bringing me back to my senses. Before I could say anything, he shouted.
Piece of cake.
It took more than one shake to get his shaggy hair all out of his eyes. He looked like Perseus brandishing the Gorgon's head. He pulled out the pelt and the cross from the murky waters, and in that moment, I know he would find that damn hotel. He drove past the carcass of a crashed truck, turned on its side like a dead animal. The engine was spilling onto the ground just beside the bleached bones of a cow. The truck bed was half covered by a pile of salt, some of it still in rough cloth sacks. Yellow butterflies were swarming on the road and all over the truck bed, their wings thrown up to the skies and budging ever so slightly with the breeze. When I slowed down the car just enough to do a little rubbernecking, I saw that some of them were bigger than my hand, and all of them were fighting for space around the salt. Were they eating it? Was that even possible? Storm tapped his hooves, then looked back into the darkened horizon on his right. The unending stretch where empty sky met a ravaged, vengeful earth.
Mind if I ask a question?
Shoot.
You said you were a cop, right? I'm curious why you quit is all.
Because not even a magic can save you from being made redundant these days. I swallowed my saliva to stifle the cough that was stuck to my throat. Then directed my eyes toward the orange brushstrokes on the horizon to my left. Pay wasn't good, job was a drag, didn't get along with my coworkers. My boss was a prick. The usual.
Man, that's boring. With all your talk about how I shouldn't join the police, I was expecting a real story there.
Smart kid like you can make a decent future for yourself elsewhere. Don't go wasting your life on violence. Sometimes life's just boring like that.
So, what are you doing for a living now?
What's it look like? Nothing aside from wasting my time and money chasing a magical hotel that probably doesn't even exist. I'm between jobs. Waiting to hear back about an offer, in fact. That's why I had the time to come here. Much better than being back home, with my dad hounding me all day about quitting.
He didn't like it?
He yelled so loud his neighbors called to complain. He likes to think law enforcement is our family business, you see. Always hated that my grandpa didn't stick with it. Called him a coward for spending his life chasing a fake hotel.
So, what do you want with it?
Excuse me?
You said something about an inheritance, I think, but you never told me what that meant. So, what are you looking for?
Grandpa left Grandpa left some important stuff there. If I'm to believe what he said, he left it for me in his will. But there's more to it. I don't quite know where to start. It's none of his fucking business. Shit, just tell him to... Breathe. Relax. That hotel was one thing my grandpa had that was good. Storm turned his head from me toward the landscape, all littered with the corpses of cars and barely standing buildings on salted earth. He seemed surprised to hear of much good in that place. Couldn't say I blame him. He worked for the colonel, right? And you heard what Nini said. He snitched and got a dozen people like us killed. That's not even half as bad as shit he got involved with in life. He just couldn't take the guilt and it fucked him up. So he went out with Nini to find this hotel, usually for weeks at a time. As much as I loved him, all I ever heard was that he was a lousy dad. He never denied it. So working for the law fucked him up. Then trying to find a way out of it fucked my dad up in turn. Didn't help my grandma wasn't any good either. They were dirt poor because of everything that happened.
Okay, but what's that got to do with finding the hotel?
My grandpa was the one person who believed I could break out of this cycle consuming our family. Dad, on the other hand, wanted me to uphold the family tradition going into police work. And not the nice kind. Grandpa didn't want that for me, though. It ruined him. He couldn't stop from ruining my dad, too. Because of him, I tried other jobs, but things didn't work out, and I had to fire a team of guys better than I could ever be, close down shop and give up on a dream. So much blood and sweat wasted. Only thing I had to show for it was a puddle of tears and a pile of debt. I had to make a living. So I took my dad up on his offer and joined the force to do some kind of special work for them. Grandpa didn't like that. Set out to keep on trying something else. Had to break the spiral. And he never let it go until he died. It was unexpected. Just happened overnight. Wasn't pretty either. I clenched my jaw against the sudden flash of a mental image. At least it was probably quick. But he had a will, and he left me a few things. They're supposedly in that hotel. So I just want to find it and bring them back to my dad. Show him that this magic hotel exists and Grandpa wasn't crazy. I want to prove that I hope that Storm didn't notice how hard I gripped the steering wheel as I talked. From the side of my vision, I could tell he was paying damn close attention to me then. That should have tightened the knot in my throat. Instead, I came undone, and everything I should have held back came pouring out. God, it pisses me off! The whole goddamn mess! Let's say this hotel doesn't exist. So Gramps runs away because someone's got out to get him, and finds his place, and he's safe there. Things are good for a while. He's earning pretty damn decent money, and dreams of staying there quite just a bit longer. Just long enough to save up some, then go somewhere else and build a nice life. But then the owner goes crazy and kicks everyone out, without even giving them time to grab their savings or their passports.
Plot point alert, P specifically says a cycle. Cycle equals recursion equals spiral. This will be important later.
Good to know, Amaral. Thanks. So he's back here, not a charm to his name, and no choice but to go back to working for the Colonel. And then what happens? People get killed because this entire shithole's caught in a spiral of blood and death. It's why he ran away in the first place. And there he was right back in the goddamn center of it. You think that's what he wanted in life to be like? The guy just wanted to do some honest work. But there he was with no way out. So time passes, he marries, has a kid. Here and there he searches for the hotel. Thing is, he's obsessed with it. Enough to let his family starve so he can go out and search the Hinterlands. His son grows up to hate him, of course. But time and goddamn recursion love fucking with us. So the grandson ends up hating his father too, in the family tradition for good measure. So Gramps puts the idea in my head that I can get away from all this mess. So I try, and I can't, because it's more than a tradition. It's a cycle. Storm's hand moved over to the pocket where I made him put a handful of paper clips. Good kid. Can't shake the feeling that the whole thing's just another sick joke. I was told the owner used to say the place was meant for shelter for those who lost. And then that fucked up piece of shit kicked everyone out. What a joke, right? Now we all have to live with that. And what it made us into. My grandpa ended up killing 12 people because of it, and my family's been all over broken ever since. We all hate each other. Fuck, it's a miracle we haven't all killed each other yet. Stop getting hammered. Just shut the fuck up. Best part is, if I do find the place, we'll still be all fucked up with no way out. Grandpa's dead, his head was smashed in with a rock, and Dad's an alcoholic. Mom's long gone, just up and left, and here I am chasing a magic hotel in the middle of nowhere. What a beautiful family we are, huh? But all that's just the best case scenario. Let's face it, this whole Minotaur hotel's bullshit. What are the odds it's even real? Here I am looking for it, but I'm not an idiot. This whole thing really does sound like the rabblings of a madman. And if that's the case, then what the hell am I even good for? Don't blink, goddammit, or he'll see how bad you're welling up. Is this my karma? Is it because we created to do this fuck up shit? Can I even do something good? Storm looked at me with a depth of concern that was nothing short of humiliating. God damn it. See, Storm, that's the thing with being a mythical like you and I. History keeps repeating itself, and it fucking loves playing pranks on us. The very first P, you know what he did? He was the watchman of some kidnapped lady. That was way back in olden times, though. The solution to that problem was smashing his head with a rock. And from his blood, a whole generation of people like me came to be. Since then, it's been the same thing over and over. Why did the gods dirty work until they fucked off? And after that, we did it for the mortals' governments. Worst part is, this is all a curse, you know. I'm not trying to spook you, but curses exist, and this is one of them. It's the same thing all over and over again. This whole mess started with an ancestor of mine watching over a prisoner, and just to look at you and me now. Jesus Christ, God almighty. Just please don't let this end with someone smashing my head in with a stone this time. Fucking pathetic. You're supposed to be the one in charge, and here you are spilling your goddamn guts to the kid while crying your eyes out. Did I miss something? Now he can just see how fucked up you really are. Probably already planning to grab your wallet and run again. Who wouldn't want to get as far away from a sick, sad bastard like you as possible? It'll probably happen the second you find a place to park. And you fucking deserve it, you goddamn piece of shit. Wait, is there a building in the background? I think I see something.
Don't talk about yourself like that, boss. I mean, you're saying you can't do good, but I'm here.
His voice. Never had those deep, nasally rumblings been as gentle as they were then. Don't you fucking talk to me like that. I don't need you to.
If it wasn't for you, I'd still be homeless and without this charm. What you think would have happened to me then, huh? If you need proof you can do right, just look at me. You saved me, boss. I wouldn't have a future worth living with or without you.
Where'd this goddamn bumpkin learn the exact right shit to say like someone like me? A tiny smile stretched the corners of my beak. I turned towards the window to hide it, rubbing my eyes and hoping he'd think it was just fatigue I was wiping away. Just don't let it get to your head, kid. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thank you, Storm. But you. I'm glad you're around right now.
Glad to be here, boss.
We continued our drive, staring out at our respective windows into the growing darkness. Even if we didn't find that hotel, at least it found the Minotaur. And just maybe, if we looked hard enough, we'd find some of the threads Theseus left behind as well. Around 5 a.m. when the clouds resemble rough, coarse brushstrokes, is the best moment to head out with a cup of coffee and enjoy the crisp morning air. Birds chirping, maybe the smell of flowers if you can find a bench near a garden. Or a wet grass scent should you find yourself among the untended, dilapidated homes. There won't be any mosquitoes and bothersome bugs around just yet. And if you keep your eyes sharp, you might spot a hawk flying overhead or a fox scurrying around near the road. The frogs, after a whole night spent croaking away, will have crawled beneath wooden staircases to the house's foundations or huddled together by the shady walls. That's the only time of day the hinterlands can be considered beautiful. And on that particular morning, the birds chirping tempted me out early enough to witness the sunrise. Snuck out of the room, the door only letting a hum from it closed. Got some instant coffee at the reception and sat outside, drinking from that mug with Hail Mary written on it, which I borrowed the previous day. I thought of Grandpa. He and I used to watch the sunrise together when I was a kid, before I became a grumpy teen. I should have spent more time with him. Sunrise is so beautiful. It happens every day, but I never bothered. Should have called him more often too. A thud from behind, following the clopping of hooves, interrupted by my train of thought. I didn't have to look. Who else could it be? But did nonetheless. It dawned on me then how Storm's fur reflected the light, with the sun hit in just the right way. It gave off flashes of light. He's a handsome lad, he is, albeit an overgrown child as well. He sat on the bench, huddling into himself as we both watched the sky grow bright. I could see it in his eyes. He was no longer a stranger to the sight.
Another goddamn day.
Yep. I sipped from my Hail Mary mug. Storm grunted and blearily stared at the sunrise, as if he might photosynthesize some energy from it. Coffee's still shit.
At least you ain't drinking it from one of those melty plastic cups.
Another sip, but this time I clicked my tongue and sighed after swallowing it. What can I say? This mug is glorious. Anything would taste at least half decent from it. Wonder if anyone will miss it. That got his attention. He stared at me like I'd just grown a second hand, and it was belting out a full-throated Ave Maria.
Didn't expect a cop to steal.
Oh, you sweet, naive, overgrown child. That's because I lied to you. I really am a soul-dealing devil, just waiting for my chance to take an innocent like you back to me with hell.
Very funny.
The kid huffed and grunted, and heaved himself to his hooves. He stumbled just slightly as he turned to make his way back to the room.
Won't be long before I'm ready to go.
Uh-huh. 20 minutes later, we were on the road to our next destination. Oh, the progress. I think we're only on like day 5 of 7, right? Did somebody say there's 7 days to this? Oh, I guess Minotaur found Minotaur named Storm, blah 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 blah. Put my phone down. Alright, so we went to the first church. I think we should probably go to the second church now and I don't know what to do after that. Probably not the town plaza, maybe, yeah, go to the Memorial of 12 Afterwards, maybe. Alright, second church it is then. We took a trip to the only relatively clean, in terms of both upkeep and lack of defilement, place in the Drowned Tapper, the church. A modestly sized building, which didn't have room inside for much more than the chapel, an office, maybe a bathroom. I'm not exactly the most religious man, but it can be at least a little humbling to visit a church for a while. Holiness is no joke. Storm tagged along, as unimpressed with my selection of where to go as a surly teenager. That said, the day didn't seem like it would be a very centering time at the chapel. I caught a sight of a nun guiding a handful or so children inside some kind of afternoon class. After counting heads, she got pensive. She spoke to another nun at the door, then went inside. Our hesitation must have been noticed. The nun still outside gave us a wave. Welcome, boys. Say, you don't look like you're from around these parts. The two of you are far too well dressed. He was the best that people thought Storm and I were related, so I went with it. Oh, that's right, we're here for some family matters. Yeah, we thought it'd be to take some time to visit the local church. Good, so the two of you should have fresh eyes. That's just what I need. City boys, would you have the kindness and excuse to listen to a poor nun's request? I just might, if it doesn't involve bleeding my pockets for your church. No need to worry about that. I don't want any of your money. Don't really have any particular attachment to this chapel, per se. You can call me Sister Charity. And what I want from you is free, simple, and more important than anything money can buy. Just keep your eyes peeled. For what? Children. You might not be aware, but this place has a horrible history of boys and girls going missing overnight. 2 or 3 times per year, a kid will disappear from their home without leaving a trace. Vanished while the parents were out working. It stops every now and then, but it's been going on for decades now. Our Bible study is a head short today, and, well, you can't blame me for being worried. And you're sure they aren't down in the chapel's crypt or something? Storm was standing straight as a steel in front of a holy woman. It scowled at me as I said that was like a blast of fire right on my face. Sister Charity, however, seemed almost amused. Oh, I am. In fact, I spent a few months down there checking and accounting for each and every bone of over the years kids have gone missing. I'll have you know that there's not a trace of them anywhere but in the sorrowful hearts of their parents and friends. Now, will you remain watchful for a child about town or anywhere else? Or must I further entertain your salty questions? Alright, fine, sister. What are we looking for? A boy. Only about this tall. Skin dark, but hair quite light. Answers to Padoka, and has the most striking eyes you'll ever see. Like the Afghan girl from that magazine. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Tell him to get his ass down to church. Now that's a nice and pious lad. After all, there's nothing more Christian than protecting children from harm, would you say? Oh, God, that joke. Whew. Curious you'd say that, considering the scandal surrounding your priests. Oh, you are so exceedingly salty. I love that. We'll get along just fine. I'll have you know I'm more acquainted with those matters than you will ever be.
Priests fear me, city boy. I've crushed a dozen bishops under my heel. I'm not your garden variety, sister. And if you're so keen on talking shit, then you better be ready for me to fire back.
Oh my goodness, the sister swears.
Damn, sister. Watch your language. We're in the home of the Lord, after all. I will. And I'll keep watch, too. If we find anything odd, we'll make sure you hear about it. Right, Storm? He nodded heartedly. Good. May Jesus bless your heart, boys. Likewise, sister. Yeah, Minotaur gets really good from now on. It's been getting really good already. Like, the Hinterlands 3 has been really selling it for me. Like, completely a different side tangent of a story, but I'm really looking forward to when it finally merges with our regular story. I went on to pray briefly, and then we went on our way. We walked along the perimeter, but couldn't find any sign of the missing kid. It weighed on me too much just to continue going about our day without leaving an eye or two on the lookout. I think it weighed on Storm too, when we didn't find a single trace of Padoka anywhere. That's too bad. I'm totally mistiming it, aren't I? There we go. Storm had been tapping his hooves to the rhythm of each pothole we went over when we encountered a roaming cloud of butterflies. The little bastard had moved away the little bastards had moved halfway onto the road. And when I tried to drive around, a handful or two made a beeline towards the car. Storm braced himself, and I sped ahead to get away from the swarm. But a good amount of things still managed to squeeze their way in, either through the cracked open windows or the AC vents. I pulled over onto the shoulder, and the two of us spent a few minutes flailing around to get them out of the cars or smashed. Ah, fuck! God damn it, cocksucking vermin! Is that the last of them?
Yeah, boss. No bug's gonna get us to crush the car now.
We drove on. Still nothing. We both kept a watch on the distant landscape for some clue, some inkling of progress. At some point during the interminable search, Storm turned to me.
Say, how long do you reckon it'd take me to get to a high school diploma?
It's meant to take 3 years, but there may be some schools that do expedited programs for people your age. No idea how long it'd take if you do online schooling, though. If that's an option.
Why the hell would I do it with a computer? I've always wanted to go through high school. It looks so cool in the movies. Everyone's having a good time, singing, playing football, going to prom. All them schools look so nice and pretty with the big old lockers all down the hallways. Hell, if my charm keeps working this well, I might even get to be homecoming king. Or maybe I'll start a garage band, if I find a garage nearby. You ever play electric guitar, P? Do you have a garage?
There's so much shit that I would have given him in that moment, just to be a cunt. I hope he was glad I just took a breath and cut right to the chase instead. Sorry to disappoint, but Brazilian schools are nothing like the American movies. Not sure if my expertise was the norm, or not sure if my experience was the norm, but everyone was miserable back in my school. For starters, if you tried singing like some kind of fat... I do not want to say that word. I really refuse to say that word.
For starters, if you try singing like some kind of F-bomb, you get sucker punched like one. We did have sports, or gym. Hell, we barely ever got any sun or exercise at all. The hallways were only 1.5 meters wide, so no lockers anywhere. As for prom, I skipped out on that bullshit entirely. Didn't want to spend a single second longer than I had to around my classmates. We were all sick to death of each other. Last day of school had everyone crying about how they keep in contact and all that. And then no one even bothered to get together ever again.
Oh, what about those yellow buses?
No way.
Damn. What did you have to wear uniforms too?
Of course. We didn't get to go to class in just any clothes we wanted.
Did you have the cool kids though? The nerds, the jocks, the punks, the bitchy girls?
Kid, they worked our asses off at that school. We didn't have the time or energy for any of that cliquey shit. We did have a few major cunts though, as all schools do.
Oh, I know that already. I'm talking to one of them right now.
Brrr, baby! Woo!
Bus.
Okay, that was a good one. I'll let it pass.
Whew, thank God. I was thinking you'd skin me alive.
Nah, I know I'm a cut. Guilty as charged. The kid still seemed pensive, looking more into himself than out at the darkening landscape. Yeah, guilty as fucking charged. Only a major cunt like you would keep the kid scared to talk back and tell you what you deserve to hear. I breathe deep and sighed. Have any other questions about school?
Oh, yeah. So, there were the jock and punk cliques at your school, but did you have something like a group of mythicals?
Would that have helped any? Would there have been any inherent camaraderie there? Or would it have just fed more bitterness into more directions? No. There aren't many of us.
Damn. What about the teachers? Did you have any of those real tough ones who cared about you deep down, who were rooting you along and all that?
I did, but not every school's like that. Plus, it doesn't help as much as you might think. I had some buddies who had a really rough family life. Got real close to the teachers who helped them out a lot. But that can go bad real quick when you graduate, and you can't really talk with them like you did. It can fuck you over. Teens can be fragile like that.
Man, your school sounds boring. What is it even like? What's it even like to actually go there anyway?
It was sort of a cram school for university entrance exams. The kind that needs a therapist on site 24/7 because students are just having breakdowns left and right. We had some good teachers, yeah, and they pushed us to our limits and beyond every day from start to finish. Because that's how you pass the harder exams, of course. I'd go to school around 6:30 a.m. Spend all day there having classes and studying. Get out at 8 p.m. Then I'd go home and have some extra math classes till 11 p.m. or so. What? Okay, that's impossible. How do you have that much time to cram? That is like impossibly brutal. Rinse and repeat 5 times a week. The loudest schedule on Saturdays. We did get Sundays off though, because giving the students some time to rest increased exam performance.
Jesus fucking Christ, that sounds like hell. Did you even have time to sleep?
I don't sleep, remember? If anything, that meant I had it easy. Got myself 8 extra hours of free time every day.
Oh. Okay. Did you at least have a garage band?
Nah, my dad didn't like me having hobbies or distractions. I tried learning the guitar when I was a kid. That didn't last long. Mom thought it'd be better for my future if I learned Spanish instead.
So you didn't have the band, but did you at least have a garage?
Well, my apartment building does have a garage, but it's shared with everyone else, so you can't really play instruments there. The kid is clearly of two minds by that point. I could read it plain on his face as he tossed around options in his head, leaving certain questions unasked and maybe starting to feel a little overwhelmed. He didn't look over to me when asked.
Do I really have to go to high school? It sounds horrible.
Yeah, that's right, you little prick. Destroy his passion for learning. Keep yourself on top and grind his face down in the dirt. Makes you feel like a real goddamn big shot, don't it? What are you trying to turn him into your dumb muscle lackey? Like you're some kind of cartoon villain? You fucking joke. Yeah, we can look for a less sucky one when this is all over with. You definitely won't have to go through all the same shit I did. His ears drooped less, but I could see a smile struggling onto his lips. Say, have you given any thought to what you like to do for work? You ever dream of having a certain job or anything? He finally turned back towards me.
Yeah, I know exactly what I want to be. A musician.
God damn it, Storm. You're feeling awfully cheeky tonight, aren't you? If I'd laughed openly at that, I would have never forgiven myself.
It's my rebellious phase. Now that you're telling me high school just sucks. But yeah, I really do want to be a musician. I know there are schools for that and all. I'd like to think I had some talent. I know it doesn't bring in a lot of money, but hey, I'm used to living with little. If it don't pay the bills, I could do some odd jobs too, now that I have the charm. Don't even need people to remember me or anything. I'd be happy just composing and recording my songs. Back when I lived in the big city, I saw this guy selling his new age ambient hip hop album on the street corner. Yeah, if push comes to shove, I could just do that.
We'll see. One step at a time first, though. First, we'll find the hotel. When it's done, we'll look into getting you into school and learning an instrument. Now, let's talk into more searching. If we find that place and I get what I want, I'll buy you a guitar or something. His eyes brightened at that.
Aye aye, boss.
Positive reinforcement seemed to be working out pretty damn well, actually. Both the kid and I were in much better mood throughout the rest of our drive that night. Maybe we were only a stone's throw from that goddamn hotel. Or maybe I was just hoping some of this eagerness would just rub off on me. Oh, you were maybe just fishing for appreciation and ass pats. Either way, even if we didn't find what we were looking for, maybe I could plan afterwards. And for a little while at least, I could pretend I was capable of doing something good. We set out earlier than usual that morning. Everything seemed to be just going right. The air had something refreshing humidity to it, but not enough to attract mosquitoes. I even felt a little breeze coming in through the window. When Storm and I got out of the room, there were 4 moths resting on the outside of the door. An auspicious sign if I'd ever seen one. To top it all off, no one seemed to notice that I kept the Hail Mary mug. Has to the year, that. There was only one issue. No breakfast. Quality fucking service right there.
Yeah, ran into the owner earlier. He explained the situation. Remember the guy you found passed out in the kitchen the day before yesterday?
Yes? He seemed like a decent enough fella.
Well, the owner calls him Druggy, and he told me the guy ain't coming back anytime soon. The one you made yesterday's breakfast was the owner's daughter, but she didn't feel like doing it no more. So basically, we're on our own now. Oh, and no refunds.
How nostalgic. It's just like when I visited as a kid. So many memories.
He also said he's thinking of closing the inn for a while.
What? Just because he's missing one employee?
Nah, it's because of something else entirely. Said something bad's gonna happen soon. He's probably skipping town until it blows over. Kinda like this one other town that something bad tends to happen every so many years. I think it was called Echo. Apparently there's a big mess going around the Colonel's mansion. His family's all there having a whole ass crisis with his widow over the inheritance. The owner's afraid about it getting violent, and he'd rather not be here when shit goes down.
The feathers at the back of my neck ruffled up. My feathers tightened as their grip on their steering wheel. Might have to change our plans depending on how that goes.
Why? What's the worst that could happen? They get in a fight and someone gets a black eye?
Loses one more likely. And a couple other important parts. According to my grandpa, things get really bloody when the Colonel's family is involved. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, scrounging up some breakfast. You said you had a couple ideas, right?
Yeah, everyone always says no trip to the Hinterlands is complete without a visit to Lala's farm for some good homemade cooking.
Just how good is her food exactly?
No clue. You think she ever let me eat in?
Look at that, another use for a charm. Allowing you to experience the joy of tasting Lala's greasy cheese.
Shit, just hope it's not cow cheese.
Have faith. If she's good as you say, Lala would have something that doesn't have beef or cow products.
Yeah, should have some halfway decent ham at least. Hell, we might even get some coffee that ain't shit for once.
Now let's not dream too big.
Someone call Commander Amicus! There he is in the corner, sitting there ready to attack.
And then we decided that, after getting some breakfast, we'd check out. Alright, we are saving again. I think we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are on our 6th day. Somebody told me there were 7 days. Is that correct? Would the 7th day include like the final day of the chapter, or is it 7 plus like a discovering the hotel day? Oh goodness, my throat is being sore again. Damn it. We're just gonna take a little break here, folks. Sorry. Yes. To what? You don't discover the hotel in this chapter. God damn it. Oh, why? Why must I suffer for this long? Seven days. Okay, so it is just 7 days. Okay. Not additional. Okay, cool. Go to the memorial. Fine, I'll go to the memorial. Gosh. That was my plan anyway. Good idea, though. Oh, shoot. That was not that long of a break, actually. Frick, I'm sorry, everybody. We are going to the Memorial of the 12 for anybody who missed it and skipped the break part. Wait, there's 5 Hinterlands? There's 5 Hinterlands chapters? Please don't tell me please tell me you're kidding. The last day is the last Hinterland chapter. We're gonna be here all night, aren't we? With that chest of bones in the back seat, a silence as heavy as a coffin door permeated the car. Not even the usual scrape of Storm's horns against the ceiling could budge it. That silence alone kept us from acknowledging the possibility that an opportunistic cannibal might try to do the same to the Minotaur and I, should we ever meet with a similar regrettable incident. Bringing peace to their spirits would be a tall order for anyone, doubly so far the grandson of a man who enabled the massacre. Thankfully, all the brain needs is a familiar outlet to keep pretending nothing is amiss. Matters of purity and defilement have been long second nature to me. As an occultist and a mythical, the logistics of our task were enough to keep me occupied. I couldn't say the same for Storm, who squinted in his seat and tried to lean away from the chest sitting behind him. Hollow ground, that might have been our best shot for getting anything resembling a Christian burial. But it's not like I can pay for the funeral, or even plot of land to bury them legitimately. Likewise, questions would surely arise as to the nature of the remains if anyone else were to see them. I had no intention of playing the Colonel's accomplice, or getting caught at righting a wrong 2 generations old. From a ritualistic standpoint, all I could do was go back to the place it happened, retracing the old world's fateful spiral down to an otherwise unremarkable patch of land at the bottom of the skin tapper. As we drew closer, I dug out 2 paper clips from the glove compartment, handed one to Storm, and then started working on the other one between my fingers. Every little bit helps, I reckon.
So, this is it? Where they died?
Yep, shot down, all 12 of them, in an ambush during the night. Then the Colonel took their corpses and did what he did.
Does eating folks like us really make you immortal?
Considering how old the Colonel was, there might be something to it after all. But don't you worry about it. It's not something most people would know about. Even fewer would ever think to try it. The Colonel was a special case. Pity that wasn't enough to save him from his gold digger of a wife, if the gossip is to be believed. Storm opened the car's trunk and pulled out the shovels we brought. So, we're giving them a Christian burial, right? We better start digging then. Don't want to be out here when it gets dark.
Right. So, we're giving him a Christian burial, right? We better start digging then. Don't want to be out here when it gets dark.
Right. Let's get started. The dig was slow and miserable. 30 minutes went by and we'd just only barely cleared the topsoil. Given the lack of roots to hold the dirt together, I had hoped the barren ground would yield this little effort. But instead, we had contend with the thrice damned salt, stagnating land and water alike, resisting every ounce of change. And such every blow was accomplished by a crystalline crunch when the shovel's blade managed to rip through a hidden lattice underground. By the time the hole was up to my knees, the now familiar funk of a summer barnyard was hung heavy into the air. In such close quarters, it was impossible to miss the sweat beading on Storm's brow, or the dampness soaking through my shirt. Neither he nor I saw fit to talk about it. Soon enough, olfactory fatigue set in, and we got our own stench while we worked. Emboldened by our shared purpose and shared suffering, we soldiered on. We tried to ignore the sting of the recoil from each blow, the forming blisters on our hands, and the general mounting exhaustion. We dug. For the 12, for the hotel, for our future. If all goes well, I thought, our wounds shall issue into blessings. The soil quality continued to degrade, and along with the stability of our world, be grave. The layer of sand and silt beneath the loam threatened to collapse in with us with every fresh spadeful we removed. It was all I could do to stabilize the walls while Storm climbed out. One's prudence forced us to throw in the towel. Storm huffed and puffed and dragged the chest over to the hole. Together we lowered it down as carefully as we could. At least it nestled pretty comfortably in the sandy lair we dug into. Storm pulled me back out, and we left the painting from our excursion for a few moments. As soon as we caught our breaths, it was time to begin the funerary rite. I picked up a handful of dirt, motioned for Storm to do the same, and held it out in front of me. You all didn't deserve what happened to you. I'm sorry for what my grandfather did. Hope your spirits can rest easier now. At least, a little bit. I dropped the dirt onto the chest.
I hope y'all are getting more mercy from God now than you ever got from people in life.
Storm dropped his dirt as well. A single moth flew between our shoulders and paused in its journey to weave and bob before the grave. Finally, it flew around the hole, fluttering off into the distance as quick as its wings could carry it. What exactly were we supposed to make of that? We took another quick breather, then resumed the work of covering the grave again. Thankfully, that didn't take nearly so long. Afterwards, Storm gathered a number of stones to line the grave. I, meanwhile, returned to the car and retrieved the sunken church's cross from its spot in the back seat. The cross was a good size, about 2 hand lengths tall, and still sturdy despite decades underwater. Together, we managed to prop it up at the center of the mound with some more stones and salted earth. A fine Christian burial marker if I'd ever seen one. We should probably say some kind of prayer. We both bowed our heads and closed our eyes. Silently, I recited every prayer and doxology I could remember for sure. May your souls rest in peace. Amen. We stood there for a minute, waiting for something to happen. Storm opened a single eye and looked around. Then he bit his lip and flickered his ears.
Nothing's happening.
I know.
Is this how it's supposed to go?
No clue. Never done this sort of thing before.
Then, the hotel should be popping up somewhere around here now, right?
Boy, don't we wish. I don't know if that's how it would work, but we can't rule it out. Seems like a place to start, at least. Please just end the suffering. We drove all around the area. No luck. The hotel is nowhere to be seen. The surrounding land was just as desolate as before, but felt even more so in the sweat-soaked darkness. And the silence which permeated the car before had been replaced with the silence of fruitless exhaustion. Even if the hotel really was somewhere out there, I don't think either of us would have seen it in the state we were in. Achievement! Defilement. The early star must have given, or
The early start must have taken a lot out of us. Or maybe starting the day with a good filling breakfast of greasy cheese was catching up to us. Regardless, by sundown, we were both nodding our heads and struggling to keep our eyes open. We'd been keeping quiet for at least an hour, both of us lost in our own thoughts. When the kid half mumbled something, it took me a moment to realize he was asking me a question. By the way, since you already done it, the Christian burial is actually an offense to them because they are pagans. This is a fake quest and you shouldn't have defiled them. Good job! Colonialism! I'm also an idiot too. Sorry, what was that?
Sunset's pretty, ain't it?
I looked ahead to the blaze of oranges and pinks stappled across the horizon. Yeah.
This is nice, ain't it? Just driving around and eating a meal at Lala's and having a shower every morning, sleeping in an actual bed every night.
Just keep in mind that this ain't a vacation, kid.
Yeah, I know. It's just... ever since I met you, it feels like I've been pulled into a whole different world, you know?
I couldn't help but narrow my eyes and clench my jaw. What brought this on all of a sudden?
Sunset's got me thinking is all.
Storm fidgeted with his hands, his fingers interlocking and fidgeting with each other. I thought that would be the end of the conversation, but then he spoke up again.
Thank you for being here. Getting this charm feels like getting another chance at life. It may seem like I'm exaggerating, but you're the best person I've ever met.
Don't thank me, goddammit. You know, goddamn, just don't have a goddamn reason to believe in the bullshit I've had. I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry. You've been surrounded by so many shitty people that I seem like a good guy in comparison. I don't know what I was expecting, but Storm laughed. Without fear or shame. Not real worrying about anything at all. Just a deep, rumbling laugh coming from the deep in his chest.
You always say that kind of stuff, boss. And sure, you are a cunt when you want to be, but your actions speak louder than any shit you've been talking. You're mean on the outside, but good on the inside. Believe you me, I met enough people who are real mean, real deep inside to know that you definitely ain't that. You've been real decent to me, even though you didn't have to, and I'm grateful to you.
I had to pull over to the road's shoulder. Wasn't sure if I was crying or not, but I turned my face away from him just in case. There were too many thoughts going on in my head all of a sudden. All because of that goddamn bowl. Stupid goddamn fucking... You don't even... How can you say something like... Fuck. Why did the king being nice to me feel so much like a punch in the gut? I couldn't stop my body from tightening up and trembling as I struggled to breathe past the knot in my throat. But then Storm put his hand on my shoulder. The only thing I could do was to keep him from bubbling like a goddamn idiot was reach over and give him a hug. Are we gonna see the hug? Damn it! Hugging him had a lot of weight to it. He squeezed the air out of me, kept me from sobbing. Thank God he didn't talk more. I would have completely been undone. So, I squeezed him back as hard as I could. Maybe not as hard as the damn lummox can manage, but hey. When we let each other go for after that moment, kept my stinging eyes pointed at the car's dash. Thanks. I guess I needed that. What you said, the hug, all that. Storm punched me on the shoulder. Maybe a little harder than he meant to, but nothing I couldn't handle with grace and composure.
My pleasure, boss. Just tell it like it is.
Then I put the car in drive and, with the Minotaur on my side, continued searching for a way out of the labyrinth of winding roads and salted earth. Please tell me this is the last day. When we returned to the inn, Storm insisted I take a shower. We had a whole discussion about it and how long it takes to dry my feathers. I said it was too late already. He said it wasn't, because I wouldn't be sleeping anyhow. Cheeky bitch. Water's hard as stone here. Can't even get any foam going when I soak my hands. I won't be able to clean my feathers properly. I just get a fungal infection. In the end, we reached a compromise. He let me be if we went to a certain place first thing in the morning. We set out at 4:30 a.m. According to his directions and my estimation, it'd take us about an hour to get there. For half an hour, I drove through the darkness with Storm sleeping by my side in perfect silence. Storm was damn detailed about the exact way to go. The landmarks came in just in the order he told me. Turned out it wasn't actually in the valley, but just outside of it. After being way down in there for about a week, climbing up into the foothills felt stupendous. Maybe a little larger than life. The long shadows down below made the place seem almost dollhouse-like in the rosy dawn. Dried up trees and houses just like little playthings had to be picked up. It all was beautiful. When you're out on the ground, you can see up close. The lilac sky up ahead, the red heat of the dawn on my feathers, seeing the barren wasteland in my rearview mirror as we climbed out of that hole. It felt like heaven. The storm stirred. Just a wiggle to get his neck into a bear position. Storm? The kid was full of attitude throughout the day, but a little angel in his sleep. Could even stay deep asleep through whatever noise I made during the night. Oh no, he made for a decent roommate. 10 or so minutes later, I pulled into a truck stop to refuel and grab some breakfast. When I returned to the car, he was rubbing the sand from his eyes while staring blearily around.
Where are we?
Almost at our destination. At least from the directions you gave me. Woke up just in time, kid. I'll need you to guide me the rest of the way.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
His greedy gaze went up to my cup of coffee.
Did you give me anything?
Yeah, sandwich and coffee. It's in the paper bag.
Thanks, boss.
The coffee vapor rose up to greet our noses. I could almost have cried right then and there. It was my first cup of coffee in the week that didn't smell like burnt or instant powder. Storm seemed to feel the same way. He dove right in and almost burned his tongue. We ended up holding our cups in front of the AC to cool them down. The first sip tasted like sex. Damn good coffee, Storm.
Damn good coffee. They didn't cheap out on the sandwich filling either.
I never have guessed this truck stop right here would have had the best food in the Hinterlands.
Storm guffawed and spoke between chomps. Hardly bites, definitely chomps of his sandwich.
Nah, we're outside of it by now. And the place I want to take you is just further ahead.
I hope it's worth our while.
Oh, it will be. Maybe not for the investigation, but I promise you're gonna love it. I was thinking about just last night about these rites you taught me. The paperclip, the drinking and talking, but mainly the purification one. Seeing as you're all about getting yourself rid of bad energy, I think you'll like what I have in mind.
Is it a salt place or something? Because it is, I'm not sure if it's all worth the time it took to get here.
No, it's way better. It's a neat little place I found when I tried running away a few years back. Ended up staying there for a week or so. The only reason I didn't stay longer is that in the middle of nowhere, so getting food wasn't easy.
You better not be wasting our time, kid. I finished my coffee and turned on the engine. So, Storm didn't wait to finish chewing and swallowing before he spoke. Coffee and food seemed to have given him some more eagerness, as well as impatience.
Just keep going, straight ahead. I'll point you in the right direction.
With that, we set off. I drove eastward for 10 more minutes before, per Storm's instructions, taking a ride down a bumpy clay road between two fenced-in properties. Hold on tight. A short while later, the fields gave way to a quaint trail sidelined by wizened trees. Their bark was shriveled and rough, and their branches still sported a brave covering of leaves. Further still, and then we reached a dead end. Beyond it, there was no road, only brush.
No road, only brush.
We got out, and Storm led the way. And not even 20 steps in, I could already hear rushing water. I was tripped as we climbed down some craggy rocks, but Storm's clacking hooves somehow held firm. On the underside of the tree's unusually green canopy, I could see a dappled reflection of a natural pool, or maybe a tiny lake.
How's that for purification? And running water, boss. And more than that, this here's a hot spring of drinkable mineral water.
Damn! I didn't expect the Hinterlands to have a place like this.
You'd think God would put a pretty little thing of this caliber down in that hellhole. I told ya, we ain't even in the Hinterlands anymore. That's why. By the time that stream there runs down to the valley, it just starts stagnating. Ain't of much use then. Thing is, it's too out of the way to become a trendy place for tourists. And who the hell would want to visit a hot spring when there's weather's so damn warm already? No one comes out here, save for some of the farmhands, and even then, only when it's dark and breezy. We should have the whole place to ourselves.
Real living water, mineral salts, pure and beautiful place. Maybe it was just because of my week in the Hinterlands, but the sight took my breath away. Storm, I gotta hand it to you. This was well worth the drive. Well, a deal's a deal. Guess it's bath time for Birdie. I began to unbutton my shirt and I walked ahead of him. It took us a while to get here, so we shouldn't waste any time, right? After hanging my shirt on the branch and setting my folded pants on a rock, I approached the spring's edge. I went a foot to check the water's temperature. It was hot enough to be almost unbearable at first, but a minute or two of dipping my toes in got me acclimated. I expected to hear the shuffling and more clothes being removed, but there was only the idle tapping of Storm's hooves on the stormy shore past the dull roar of the waterfall.
Whoops, Ketso, this is a Christian visual novel. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Storm was keeping himself half turned away from me, but every now and then his eyes would glance over. Curious, huh? I was almost tempted to put on a bit of a show for him. See how bad I could get the kid flustered. However, my better judgment won out on the end. At last I stepped in and waded out until the water was up to my waist. Jesus, this is almost boiling. Are you sure it's safe, Storm?
Yeah, it's fine once you get used to it. Just don't stay in for too long. It actually ends up making the rest of the day feel a little cooler by comparison.
And with that, I took a deep breath and dunked myself down all the way. I felt like I was on fire. The water seeped into my feathers and down to my skin. It burned as it soaked me through, and I curled up in the spring's depths like I was suffering the worst cramp of my life. I got into my eyes. The darkness behind my eyelids flashed red, and I almost screamed. The only thing that stopped me was the sensation of something coming undone. Sniffness came out of my feathers. The cramp dissipated. Water washed something away. I stayed underwater until my lungs burned. And as soon as I surfaced, gasping and looking around, I saw a ring of white sediment floating around me. I cupped a bit of it with my hands to try and examine it on my palm. Was that salt? It seems so. It shouldn't have dissolved already. Had all that shit been on me? I rubbed at my arms and more sediment kept coming off. I could almost wring it right around my feathers. Hey Storm, could you come over here and check something for me?
What's up?
There's some weird dirt in the water. Have you ever seen some, white sand coming off of you while bathing here?
Oh yeah, that always comes out of my fur when I wash up here. First time I dove in, I spent a good half an hour getting it all off.
And how about your second time?
It disappeared after my third or fourth. But when I spent a while away and came back, it was there again. Figured it was just dandruff or something, but you're getting it too? Can feathers even get dandruff?
Could it have been some kind of defilement from the Hinterlands? I'm a sinful person. If so, then it was probably a good idea for Storm to take a dip as well, since it had likely been a pretty hectic wait for him. I think you should come in too and cleanse yourself.
Nah, I only suggested we come here because I thought you'd like it. Don't feel like doing that at this time of day.
Just get in here. I think you might have some of this weird dirt on you too.
Really? I shower every day, you know.
This is supernatural stuff. A regular shower won't do it. Come on, kid. He huffed and pouted and glared at me like I just insulted him.
Whoops! Another nudie.
But at last he shucked off his clothes, leaving them in an untidy pile on the rocks. I kept my eyes, all of them, above his waist as he splashed into the pool to join me.
Well, let's see how this goes, boss.
Blunk! Aw, how adorable. Storm dunked himself underwater, then twisted back and forth like he was pretending to be a washing machine.
Bull machine go brrrr.
It would almost have been cute in its childishness if it weren't for the weird white sediment flowing off of his whole body.
This scene does play differently if you had built your relationship with Storm, though.
Heck!
Storm heaved himself up out of the water. He shook his head and blinked his eyes, then stared at the ring surrounding him.
Jeez, this much? Maybe you're right, boss. It's alright to not shower so much if I'm still gonna get all this crap on me.
I just told you, it's supernatural. You still get used to, or you still need to be a good boy and shower, so you don't start stinking worse than you already do. The unruly cat splashed me and bellowed out a laugh.
I know, boss. Just being a little shit.
Guess it must have been from somewhere else. I noticed that the splash had washed off a little more sediment from my neck and chest. And so we spent a long while just wringing ourselves out, with the occasional splash between us, of course. He really was still a kid after all, so I didn't mind letting him have his fun as payment for bringing me to that place. Soon enough, we weren't letting off any more defilement. Oh, happy birthday. Well, I already wished you two happy birthday, Perpy and Emerald, but Perpy donated $5. Thank you for the donation. Saying yesterday was my birthday, because technically, today is now technically Emerald's birthday. Today is now Friday. But yesterday was my birthday. I'm 27 now, says Perpy. So happy 27th. And for Emerald, it is their 20th. Happy birthday to Emerald on the 20th. One more year and you can legally drink in America. But I'm, assuming you're in America, or whatever. Laws are different for other people. Some are 18. I think it's like UK is 16. It's weird. Yeah. But yeah, people in the 20s. Anyway, let's continue on. So, how do you feel?
Better, I guess. Coming here was always good for getting myself relaxed. How do you feel, boss?
Right is right. Oh, thank you, Storm. This really was a good way to start the day. Oh god, we have a full day 7 ahead of us. We wandered back to shore together, hoping that the cleansing would lead to good fortune of our search. Of course, that was when we realized neither of us thought to bring a towel. Ah, shit, I almost forgot.
What?
It's September 7th.
Shit, you're right. I've been drifting for so long I barely remember which days are holidays anymore.
That means some spots around town are going to be closed. Just something to keep in mind. Well, we already went to the second church. We haven't done the town plaza yet, so our only options are Storm's home, the pond, the bus stop, or the town plaza. We could go back to the Salt Plains and see that weird god that made us convinced to do that bad defilement thing, but, I'm gonna let this one go up to you. Oh yeah, I forgot you don't drink Emerald.
Super chat.
Oh, another 5. Oh, you're so kind, Perpy. You shouldn't be giving me money for your birthday. Seriously, like, what am I doing to deserve this? Perpy donated $5 saying, no matter how you look, your hairstyle is just fabulous. Well, thanks. Honestly, it just kind of just falls that way sometimes. Sometimes I just naturally kind of, I don't overly wash it because then it'll get too frizzy. But yeah, I have a strategy, kinda. And sometimes I just wing it. But yeah, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Go to the Salt Plain. Go to the Salt Plain. Howdy. Well, howdy, Armand. Let's go to the Salt Plains then. One more day and we'll be done with Hinterlands III! And then we'll have 2 more chapters. Once more, we made our pilgrimage to the bottom of the Hinterlands. To the home of that old god, bringing our offering to our most pagan ritual. As soon as I parked my car by the salt plains, we were greeted by the apparitions on the horizon. Just shadows standing atop the dunes, bearing witness. Storm trudged on towards the Tapers' hideout, but I stayed behind to glare at them. And I counted as, one by one, they stuck their heads out. 12. I lowered my gaze, swallowed the knife stuck in my throat, and followed the bull, being followed by the shadows in turn. I treated the whole thing as a ritual in its own right. Made sure I wasn't dirty myself and carried the folded pelt with all respect and care of a relic. As I left the car, I'd thrown some paperclip fragments over my shoulder towards the gear shift and cup holders. The last thing I wanted to do was litter on this land under the Watcher's gazes. Half an hour later, we found the Tapers' hideout. And as soon as we laid eyes on it from atop a dune, I found myself pushed to the ground.
Boss!
Ah! Everything got dark and musty. I tried to grab for my gun, but quickly realized the pelt was somehow covering my face and pulling me down. I heard breathing, and the whole thing squeezed me. It stuck itself to my feathers, too. That's when I felt the burning. Get this thing off of me! It's alive!
Oh man, help!
As soon as a snort cut the air, the pelt was slack. I pulled it off my face without any further issues.
Ah, the damn thing. The damn god. Sorry about that. I reckon I get a little overexcited. Just like me, lady. Quick, hand it over. I've been waiting so long to have my skin back.
I was shaken up from that surprise, but still had enough of my presence of mind to not make a fuss. With how fickle and dangerous the gods can be in the stories, it's never a good idea to give them a reason to fuck you over. I got back to my feet, did my best to restore the pelt back to a presentable and ceremony-worthy state, and offered it to him. I kept my eyes down and gave him a half bow. I didn't know the proper rites for his culture, but I figured it'd be acceptable as enough to show respect. Your skin, sir, retrieved from the old town's church. The pelt stirred again, this time stretching itself towards the donor. Meanwhile, the tapper didn't bother with any pomp. He snatched it off my hands without a single word of gratitude. He caressed it like an old lover, and the thing almost returned the hug. But it didn't go any further than that. After a minute of inspection, he folded the pelt and tucked it inside his robe.
You did well, boys. Come now, sit with me, for I have much to tell you.
Oh god, we're gonna have a long story. We sat cross-legged on the salt, by a dune that provided us with some shade from the unyielding sun. The tapir kept on hugging his old pelt beneath his robes. I could swear he was moving around in some response.
Almost 100 years ago, a hunter captured me and took my skin away. Bastard didn't even bother trying to kill me. He knew I was no ordinary animal, and thought only the kind of torture would banish me. Poured only water over my head too. That's how my skull ended up like you're seeing now. Burned to the bone. I'm a god, boys, and that kind of defilement, that rape, so robs us of our powers, and at the same time, it releases the curse upon curse out into this world. Now, would you believe if I told you this story had been repeating itself for thousands of years? The people who lived here before this arrival of the white man were just as ruthless as that hunter. They ravaged the land, each other, and me as well. burned the land to make way for their crops, killed and devoured each other in their wars, murdered and skinned my worshippers and I.
Well, this is good to read during the same week as Indigenous Peoples Day and how the horrors of colonialism impacted them, unfortunately, and how we still need to get back land. It's an important topic. Anyway.
I've lost count of how many times I've been defiled in that matter, only for a regretful young man or two to bring my belt back to me. It's always the same story.
I wasn't keen on interrupting him, but his silence clued me in on what he wanted in response.
Recursion? That's what people call it nowadays. I never bothered giving it a name, so natural a thing that is. I reckon you must be well acquainted with it yourself. With what your grandfather's tale. I reckon you must be well acquainted with it yourself. What with your grandfather's tale? He came to me a year or two after my worshippers were killed and told me his sub-story. Back then, there was ruckus going on about children going missing overnight, and the colonel was keen on finding the culprit. So he put pressure on his lackeys to find something. Your dear old grandpa was told in confidence that my worshippers were trying to retrieve my belt. Real sensitive matter because the Christians used to think of me as some sort of devil. His skull rattled out a chuckle like that. Don't know how it went, but I reckon he mentioned it to the colonel, who then had all my people shot down. Oh, and the kids keep going missing to this day, and no one's tried doing shit about it since then either.
His eyeless gaze locked into me, and even in the absence of lips, eyebrows, or any other feature, the sheer hatred coming from him was still as clear as day. Something deep inside me yelled. It was a trap, but no amount of effort could get me to run away. My legs were still in place. I looked at Storm, but he seemed calm. Just look into the old man's story. I couldn't gesture, speak, or even budge now. All I could do was look back at the typer, who seemed well aware of my predicament. The folded pelt twitched under his arm.
And now you listen to me, boy. I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. What we have done today only barely scratches the surface of the doubt your grandpa accrued. Truth is, there's no forgiveness for all the people who died because of him. It wasn't just my worshippers, you know. That old peacock had a long and bloody trail behind him. They stopped looking for where those kids had disappeared to the second they got rid of their scapegoats. That is on his head too. It's no wonder he got murdered in the middle of the night. Someone felt like taking revenge and went for it. Hell, I wish I was the one who'd done it, but, well, I couldn't lift a stone to crush a coconut, let alone a skull.
The pelt tensed every muscle it could, squeezing his side.
As far as I'm concerned, your grumps must be burning in hell right now. There's no sin no amount to praying and pleading can absolve, you know. Plenty of people like you to think they can be forgiven cause please I had no other choice. But he did. That fucker could have run away again and started over elsewhere. He was just too weak to do it.
My vision blurred. My cheeks were damp.
So, as far as I'm concerned, you've only barely repaid your debt. And if you expected me to be nice and kind about it, then fuck right off. I'll never be grateful for anything ever again, especially for someone of your ilk. The only favor I'll do for you is telling you the truth. I lied. I don't know shit about the hotel you're looking for, except for what your grandfather told me. So get lost and never come here again.
Sheesh.
And you.
He looked over to Storm, who now seemed at least agitated by the tapper's words and tone of voice. With his gaze off of me, I almost bolted, almost threw up.
I'll never be grateful again. But to you, I will say I'm sorry. I said this story's been happening again, didn't I? My worshipper's butchered. My worshipper's butchered. I keep being skinned alive. And then some degenerate or other trots down here to get it all fixed. Expect all that blood's pooling and rotting and stinking up the place with defilement upon defilement. And every time it's happened, I've cursed the land and its people.
I sat back almost defeated. Almost nostalgic.
Few thousand years ago, before humans got all fancy with their killing, people used to come down here for the salt. I still got along with them back then. They respected my tappers, used my salt to preserve their food, and I made sure they didn't get ill or anything of the sort. For a while I gave them youth. People would reach their 80s not feeling a stitch of pain in their backs, because each grain of salt had a bit of my divinity in it. But you defile a god, you unleash a curse. As natural as the tide, it ain't even something I stop once it begins. But you better believe I went wild with it, boy. I've cursed this land 100 times over, and I gave all the ungrateful vermin in this pit exactly what they wanted. For decades now, the more you eat my salt, the more stagnant you'll become. Taking enough of it and not even death will come over for you. But you can bet your sorry ass it won't be a life worth living.
That's terrifying.
I'm bitter as hell, kid. Wouldn't even bat an eye if every human in this whole keeled over and dead. But I figured keeping them alive when suffering was more worthwhile. It's given me the chance to make them squirm. I've unleashed that curse and 1,000 others, and I don't regret a single bit of it. This is the real world, kid. Defilement upon defilement, all the way to the top until it all falls over and crushes whoever was involved. All the way down to the bottom. You though, I'm sorry for you, but only 'cause you ain't human. Still, if fucking over a dozen or so innocent people is the price for what I did, I'll admit I never really cared. On the one hand, I feel sorry for all our curses gave you a bad hand in life. On the other, the mortals are all the same. So you can go and fuck yourself too. So, here's what I'm gonna do for you. With my belt returned, I have some power again. I can dissipate my curse. That means no more stagnant salt and no more stagnant immortality. Actually, let me take it a step further. No more salt, period. I'll make sure all of it seeps out of the ground that way these humans can try growing some crops here for a change. Maybe you can be happy knowing that you doing me a service led to this one good thing. One day, one damn fine day, this hellhole might be decent. But that's gonna take a while. Don't count on seeing it in your lifetime. Look around, there's a goddamn lot of salt.
He rattled out with a laugh and knocked his bony fist on the hardened ground to his side. It wasn't a strong hit, but the salt cracked. Yeah, the classic, defining a spirit on a sacred ground. Rule number 3, dealing with the supernatural, always and always respect a spirit's sacred ground. Probably should have known that when I was burying those 12.
But, sir, what if someone comes for you again? Oh, don't worry about your holy little head. I'm not gonna stick around for some other degenerate to come down here and skin me again. You see, the bird's grandfather didn't get all of my worshippers killed. A few escaped. But time hasn't been kind, boy. There's only one left nowadays, just one. And he's dying now, even as we speak. When he finally keels over, there'll be no saving what's left of my mind. I'll become so much worse than you could ever imagine.
His hands clenched into fists. A sigh escaped his chest, both liberated and sorrowful. Don't worry, Dirk, there's no real consequence than wasting your time doing the fake quest. I played myself, though.
Even I have my limits, you know. Now that I have my belt and can restore my true form, pretty soon I reckon it'll be about time I kill myself and move on. Do it while I still have the chance to do it on my own terms. Assuming my boy doesn't grow too soon, I'll look for him. Maybe we can even die together. So, while I still have my mind here, I won't be needing this anymore. So consider it my bequest to you.
In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed Storm's hand and pried it open. His own bony fingers curled into a claw over it. Storm was shaking, trying and failing to speak. Just as the world around us shuddered, he closed his eyes. But I didn't. I couldn't. I saw a thread of light and a curtain of crystals falling from the tapper's hand, both burning white like the sun. It left an after image on my eyes and probably would have done some permanent damage had the thread not dug itself into the skin of Storm's palm and disappeared.
This is the very last speck of goodness I had in me, Storm. My gift from one cursed beggar to another. The crystals which had flowered from his hand crumpled together into a rough, flower-like shape. As for this, consider it a little treat. My purest salt. If you ever attempt a rite of any sort, use it, and you'll learn the true meaning of a miracle.
Then his gaze turned back towards me, savage and wild like a blast about to tear another's throat out.
And you, count yourself lucky. Were it not for the boy treating me like a person for all these years, I would have turned you into an arrowhead. If only your bloodline had been half as merciful to mine as I've just been to you. I hope you get your head smashed in just like your dear old Gramps. And I sure as hell hope you're awake to feel every hit crack in your skull, scrambling every bit of your brain together into a mess on the floor.
I was kind of terrified by that. Honestly, if somebody told me that about like my grandparents doing all that stuff and wanting me to die like that, I would honestly, I don't want to say it on YouTube because I don't, even in general, I just don't want to promote any self-harm, but just, whew, been terrifying. I hate that. I was glad of the spots obscuring my vision. I didn't have to meet his empty-socketed gaze.
I hope your body is left to rot and bloat on a river until it bursts apart at the seams. Being eaten by birds is too good for the likes of you. My wish is that far, Schnibble, until you are recognizable. I hope your family finds you. And I hope they all die a death as horrible as yours. But not before spilling their rotten seed and spewing out a new generation of witches, so that their pain and disgrace may never end.
I hate this so goddamn much, and it hurts. Like, please don't make this any worse than it is already.
May you live long to toil and cry out, but never for long enough to enjoy any fruit of your labor. May your lineage perish, and may this world die with it. Fuck off.
Could have just said that. The world burst into a wave of light. Storm kept his eyes closed, but I didn't have the same privilege. It burned like looking directly into 1,000 suns. Something in my blood boiled over. I came to a few hours later. The sun was just setting. Storm was laying on his side, just unconscious, breathing normally with no injuries. He had a solid chunk of rock salt in his hands. We didn't talk much over our trek back to the car. It felt wrong to break the silence of the plains, but even then it would interrupt some ritual. Not even then, the 12 shadows who had watched our approach were among the dunes now. And then, on some level, I was afraid of someone, or something, finding us in that moment of weakness. But, back in the car, Storm mustered up enough energy for a conversation.
So, what is this thing exactly?
Assuming he wasn't lying, I'd wager a guess it's some kind of special salt. The tapper equivalent to a piece of the true cross, pretty much. Must be good for cleansing impurities, on top of being great for rites. It may even have some charm properties in itself.
So, I shouldn't use it for food.
That would be a horrible waste. I turned on the car.
So, that was weird, right? Just want to make sure that ain't par for the course of your magical adventures.
It was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Okay, cool. Just had to make sure.
I'm sorry for getting you roped into this. I didn't expect us to get into a mess this dangerous.
It's fine. Neither of us got injured or nothing.
Tell that to the after image squarely in the middle of my eyesight. True. Thanks for coming on this adventure with me, kid. I didn't like that one bit, but...
Well, if what the old man said is true, we might have just uncursed the Hinterlands. I'd say it was worthwhile.
Yeah, you're right. I couldn't hide a smile, and with that, we drove off. Not before I stabbed myself with a paperclip fragment the second I reached for the gear shift. Fuck! The tail of the skin tapper. The streetlights were swarmed by clouds of bugs, all driven wild by breeding season. Their shadows speckled all around and crawled on every surface, like stitched together centipedes. I looked down and imagined I could see them skittering over mine Storm's chest. Even if they weren't actually there, I could almost feel each paint and print leg digging into my feathers and skin. Feels like they're crawling all over me. Do you feel it too?
Yeah, but I'm used to it. Don't even bother me anymore. Except when they get around my ears.
Up ahead was the Drowned Tapper's greatest hangout spot, ZZ's Bar, which can only be described as a set of 3 canvas tents in the medium of the street. It had about a dozen plastic table chairs scattered around, all colored and branded with an assortment of beer logos. The counter was just 3 stacked wooden boxes covered by a length of canvas recycled from a truck's covering. Music, tinny and half static, played from a park soundtrack. Some of the patrons milled about while others danced, and all the tables were taken. Storm seemed a bit unfamiliar with what one even does at a bar. I elbowed his arm and motioned him to follow me. He and I took our seats by the counter on the wobbly wooden stools, and then it all fit in like clockwork. Time became perfect. All of a sudden, the coolness of a night air was noticeable. The dull roar of folks talking mingled with the garbled radio of a warm sea of even sound. The music seeped down my back and undid every vile knot riddle in it. I breathed out, pressed my shoes onto the beaten dirt. In Asia, where supernatural curse you, they only not go for you, they go for the entire family tree bloodline. Some continue for generations. That is terrifying to think about. Thank you for that piece of information, Amaryl. Ooh, big man. And looked up to find a brick wall of an old man looking down at us. Smelled the stale beer and bitter sweat. The cup he was holding was tiny, almost toy-like in his monstrously big hands. His nostrils shook with each slow, ponderous wheeze, and with every step came the sound of creaking knees. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the counter, and he wiped it up with the same stained rag he used to polish his glass. That was ZZ himself,
proprietor of this fine establishment. Before I even noticed, he'd already taken our order. He ducked behind the counter, pulled out a bottle of cheap, watery beer, and cracked it open with a movement too smooth and perfect to be rehearsed. He poured out my drink into an ancient, scratched Pyrex cup. The very same kind that you used to serve coffee. And no doubt used here for the same purpose as well.
This big man is evil.
Interesting. Vertical grooves going from the bottom up 10 or so centimeters, with a thin horizontal rim on top. Perfect for most cost-effective mass production. Made without a single care for soul, aesthetics, or markability. ZZ poured Storm's drink into a mismatched cup, then got us a portion of fries. Kid and I shared a silent toast, already feeling how cold the beer was. It was perfect.
Your grandpa used to come here a lot.
And I'm told you're the reason he got cirrhosis. Surprised you remember him at all, though.
I have a good memory. As for his cirrhosis, if it weren't me, it'd be someone else. At least I watered his drinks down. That ought to be worth something.
Not that it mattered much in the end. Storm tried to follow the conversation as the proprietor and I talked, keeping his ears vaguely aimed in my direction. Once the buzz started hitting him, his eyes and attention began to wander. I glanced over and found him looking a bit satisfied with himself for finally sitting at this counter, just after another unremarkable face in the crowd.
So, you working for the Colonel's widow now?
No, sir, I don't want to get involved in any of that business. Not exactly looking for a job here.
Word's been going around that you've been in town, and with all the mess going on around here, I was betting you'd get involved. Just like your Gramps.
No, sir.
Then what brings you to the Drowned Tapper, P?
I'm just here on some inheritance business of my own, is all.
Your grandpa left an inheritance. What does he have to pass on?
If my time here's been any indication, grief and debt and nothing more. Though I did reconnect with a cousin of mine on my way here. He raised an eyebrow, giving Storm a dubious look.
Cousin, now that's a good one. Someone got some horns growing in that family tree of yours.
My eyes stayed locked onto him over the rim of my cup as I took a slow sip. I racked my brain for everything actually I've heard about ZZ. Either from Grandpa himself or my dad. If they had ever told me he was like us, mythical, I didn't have any recollection of it.
Uh-oh.
I suppose you're right. Storm here does look a bit different from me. Assuming you've got a keen eye.
That I do. Or so I like to think.
I continued looking up at him, staring at his face, trying to notice any tickle at the back of my mind or strange fuzziness in my vision. Even the best made charms aren't completely perfect. If you know what to look for, there's always some kind of tell, some way to make it malfunction. Keener than mine, it would seem. Considering you knew my dear old Gramps, would you happen to know anything about his search for a certain hospitality establishment? He laughed in perfect intervals. The humorless sound of it tightened the knots the back right up again.
Oh, you bet I do. I spent a dozen years telling your Gramps all about it, but he never listened. Now's my chance to save you from his madness.
It's not madness. I'll find that goddamn hotel and prove.
Give up. Go home. Stop chasing a madman's dream.
I can't go back. Not now. I'm so close to.
It wasn't enough for one of your relatives to waste his life on this lie. You're young. You have a good future ahead of you if you play your cards right.
What else am I supposed to?
And even if you don't, that's better than dying alone and hated like your Gramps.
How can I?
Whatever your reason for coming here, let it go. Stop searching for that magical fix for your issues and solve them yourself.
That bastard's easy finished his speech and started cleaning glasses again. I just nursed my drink. The kid looked over and gave me a concerned frown. I must have looked like I'd been shot.
P, you doing alright?
Yeah, just thinking is all.
Hey lad, that girl over there's been eyeing you for a while now.
The kid grunted, eyes wide. Half expected to see the fur on the back of his head and neck stand up. It was like all the confusion as to how to act if our had suddenly returned.
Which one, sir? Over there dancing. Blonde hair with the roots showing.
Storm tried to straighten his hair and, for once in his life, be subtle as he attempted to look over nonchalantly without fully looking. Ha! Go on and live a little fun. Go on and live a little fun, Storm. Dance with her. I'll even give you guys some cash to buy her a drink. His ears went fully red as he looked away from me, which forced him to finally make eye contact with the girl. Storm gave her the most timid wave you could see from a man in the hinterlands. She beckoned him over.
Storm getting the girls.
The kid threw his drink back, looked at me, stilled his nerves, and went to chat her up. Zizi and I couldn't hear him, but we couldn't see him speaking with Clifton Halton awkwardness. She seemed quite charmed, however, giggling and moving to entice. I downed my cup. Storm shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. She gave him a cartoonish pout and asked something. Storm shrugged again, as drunk young women are wont to do. She gave him a hug before waving down another young woman at a table tottering off. Storm strolled back on over.
Lad, what the hell was that?
You didn't want to dance?
She seemed fun, but she's just not, just not my type.
Shame. She seemed fun. Bye.
P, is something wrong?
Out of the corner of my vision, I saw ZZ make himself busy at the other end of the counter. Found her bastard didn't even offer me another drink. Storm, I know I'm not crazy. I know my grandpa wasn't lying, and I know that place exists because I've seen it. I've had visions of it at night, just like Gramps used to have. It's everything he's described, down to the last detail. But we spent a whole week digging around this shithole, and we're now closer to finding it, and I have no idea where to go from here. What the hell do we even have to show for it?
What are you smoking, you daft cunt? We laid the spirits of 12 dead to rest and ended this hellhole's curse by restoring a fucking god. Sure, we didn't find that hotel you're looking for, but You and me, we've been working miracles around here. I know you ain't finding the leads you were hoping to find, but you're doing good. You're helping this place more than I think anyone has. Hell, you've been helping me even more than anyone has, boss. You ain't failing nobody. And I bet your Gramps would be goddamn proud.
I gotta stop borrowing my soul to this son of a bitch if he's gonna keep saying the exact right thing to get me welling up. This big oaf ZZ just let out a huff and just took his head while putting away glasses. Fuck. Don't lose it when every goddamn one can say you. It's fine. Fuck Zay and every goddamn one else. Thanks. Thank you, Storm, for putting up with my shit. He laughed and gave me a pat on the back and nearly knocked me off my stool.
It's why you're paying me, ain't it? Plus, we got a whole week over to go before we have to get back to the city, right? I'm sure we can find something about the hotel with all that time.
Assuming it exists in the first place.
You said it yourself. Or you said yourself. You know it's out there, 'cause you saw it.
Hey, Zize, get me another beer and make it colder than death.
And he suddenly dies from it. The drink was colder than death.
Can't believe you got drunk that quickly. Guess you really are a lightweight.
What the? I may have had a few too many, but I knew damn well the kid really was drunk. And fewer beers too. Still had practiced drinking for his size. He wasn't carrying me. We were leaning on each other as we walked back to the hotel. He stood like a gentleman and shut the door as I went and collapsed backwards onto the bed. Just needed to lie down and feel until I felt a little like dizzy. I have to find that hotel. It's not about the inheritance. Storm sat beside me.
Then what's it for?
For my dad. For myself. But mainly for my own peace of mind. Grandpa worked for the Colonel. My dad works for a private security firm, and I worked for the federal police. That's our purpose. All we're really good for. Or at least that's what I've been told all my life. I never told you what I'd do during my time in the force, did I?
Nah. And you didn't like being too nosy. Or you didn't like me being too nosy, so I never asked.
Well, it's very simple, really. Are you familiar with the concept of a panoption or panopticon? No, very well. Where should I start? We don't need to sleep, us peacocks, and so these feathers of ours aren't just for show. Each one is a functional eye. In fact, they're better than regular eyes. I can still see just fine through the feathers. I pluck them from myself. And sometimes I can even see through charms I've made with them. His hand went to the gauge in his ear, pinching and rubbing it. And they even grow back too. Would you say we're the perfect security guards?
Where are you going with this?
Well, I worked for the police, but that doesn't mean I did what was right or even legal. To put it bluntly, my job was doing what we called mass surveillance. My superiors knew exactly what I was capable of. That's why they hired me in the first place, you know? It started simple enough. See, a few years back they installed some fancy surveillance network, for national security reasons, of course. But what's 10,000 goddamn cameras good for if no one's watching them? So that's what I did. Watch and report everything that went on. Does that sound right to you?
Well, Can't say I know much about the law, but if you're not doing nothing wrong, then why should you worry? Good folk won't get affected by it. So you think?
Listen, no. It may sound acceptable at first, but what happens when you catch a fellow police officer doing something wrong?
You report it?
Oh, Storm. You delete it and make it look like a computer error. That was the next step after I settled into that position. And what do you think happens when it's, say, someone on the force just gets a feeling that someone's doing something wrong? Do you go to a judge and get a warrant?
Yeah?
No! You come in and get me to stalk him for you. And what happens when an officer's mad at his ex? When an investigation needs a stronger case. So they ask you for a few recordings. Or maybe they need a few recordings to disappear. I sat up. I didn't look at Storm, but I could feel his eyes on me. Or when a politician, simply put, doesn't like that they were recorded somewhere they didn't want to be seen. Maybe doing something very wrong. Go on, he's finally seen you for who you really are. He'll learn about it somehow eventually, so might as well rip off the bandage now. You'll be doing him a favor if he starts hating you. He's not dumb. He knows what's good for him. He'll leave tonight, so just pretend you're passed out from the beer and let him. You know, there's been cases of police officers that what they do is keep a second illegal gun at home. And 5 or so of them pool together the money to buy a stolen motorbike. And then they keep one unplated so they can. Lots of way with the evidence. Never mind, let's not get into that. I think you understand now that my time working for the police was far from exemplary.
The eye pattern of the peacock feathers have its origins in Greek mythology. Interesting fact, Amaral. That was royal for the goddess Hera. Cool.
You want to know the best part, though? The funniest part, that is. Storm nodded. I could tell you I quit because it was too much, or I wanted to stick to my morals, but that'd be a lie. It's because they bought a fancy artificial intelligence system that would do my job at the fraction of a cost. Turns out computers are just better than magic. I did want to quit because it was wrong, you know. But that's the real reason. I was just on my way to being obsolete. Ha! And they pay was really nothing special either. That ugly squawking laugh again. If it weren't of a deplorable piece of shit, you'd kill anyone's eardrums with that. Storm started down his shuffling hooves. Keep going. Show him just how close he was to being pulled into your spiral.
Okay, Tridic says, so since we are at the end of this, I'll tell you that there are 4 tasks to do in the Hinterlands. You did 2 of them. Good job, Self. In the best route, you do the other 2, plus help the Taper God.
That guy's an asshole. Fuck him. My grandpa was the only one in the family who didn't want to do this kind of business. That's why he kept chasing the hotel. He hoped to be his way out. He always told me to keep trying, to do good. That's why I want to find it, to prove that I can do something right and good for once in my life. And if I can't, then it's right back to whatever job my dad wrangles for me next. Probably doing some shit as before, but in a private firm. Go on, kid, I know what you're thinking. I'm a mess. I don't deserve to have you see me as your hero. You don't need to waste your time with me anymore. Just say what's on your mind, god damn you. So, you still think I'm a good person?
Why'd you take that job?
because everything else I tried failed. And I had bills to pay. I actually had a better job before all this mess. I tried to do good for a while, but it just kept going to shit again and again. So one day I just gave in to Dad and took the job offer he got for me. I could only remain unemployed for so long, you know. His fists were clenched. His brow was pursed in thought. Every breath he took was shallow and tense. What's the matter? You want to punch my lights out? Go on. It's at least I deserve from you.
How's that any different from me stealing to survive?
You wanted to stop, you just couldn't. Meanwhile, I only stopped because I had to. I was gonna be fired either way.
It doesn't matter. You did what you had to survive. And yeah, it was bad, but now what?
You let out a little huff. Not quite angry, but lively with anxiety.
You gonna feel sorry for yourself? Cry? Piss your pants, maybe? Maybe I'm not gonna do it.
Well, you need to help him find the shed. Other than that, you just need to make P and Storm get together.
Well, I messed that up, didn't I? Aw, saying hello from Hungary. Hello, what's the name? Gurgly Tea. Great to see you. He grabbed my shoulder, rough, but I could feel his hand trembling.
Look at me, you piece of shit. You're so up your own ass with all this bullshit about your grandfather, this hotel, and doing something right, but look at me.
He forced me to look at him again, in his eyes glaring, but red and watery.
I was ready to die because my life was and would always be hell. But then you came around, and a single night, you gave me a future. After this is done, I'll be able to hold a job, go to school, maybe even get a degree or some shit. Ain't that good enough for you? What? You some emperor or something and like a life like mine don't matter one way or the other to you? You did a bunch of fucked up shit, sure, but you ain't doing it anymore, and I'm real, damn it! Helping others matters, and you helped me. I'm the living fucking proof you can do something right. Maybe that ain't the hotel you were looking for, but if you wanted was proof you could do something good, then you could stop your search. You have a real-life Minotaur to vouch for you now. And if you feel so bad about that damn job of yours, then listen to your own advice and go to school. Learn something new for God's sake. For the love of all that's holy, stop with all your fucking bullshit. Just be normal for once in your life.
Before I could say anything, he pulled me forward and wrapped his arms tight around me. Maybe just so he could have a yell into my ear.
And don't be a cunt when I'm only trying to be nice. Don't go moping about your dad treating you like shit. Most of all. Who the fuck calls his kid P? What kind of name is that?
Storm released me from the hug, but kept hold of my shoulders.
I ain't falling for that. And that's why you're a sad cunt. You're just so stuck up your own ass you wouldn't even tell people your fucking name.
He shook me. I must have been staring off into space. I forced myself to look at him and nodded. He was right. All this time I'd been moping and crying. And he'd stayed right by my side through all my bullshit. I sniffled, wiped my eyes, swallowed hard so I could give him the apology he deserved. I really should just... Oh no you don't, you fucking asshole.
No more bullshit. No more being a sad, angry goddamn cunt. And no more feeling sorry for yourself. You want to do right by him? You want to be the kind of mentor he deserves? Then pull your head out of your goddamn ass and listen to what he's telling you this time. You're right.
Damn right I am.
Storm paced a few steps.
We're doing this the right way now. No more sass or stupid mystery bullshit, you hear? And I'm not Storm. That's just the nickname I was given when I tried joining that gang. My real name's Oscar. What's yours?
I let all the air drift out of my lungs. Let my entire body deflate and relax. Before my next big breath made me look back up at him again. My grandpa called me Pedro.
Now that's the kind of normal name I wanted to hear. It suits you.
With introduction out of the way, we both allowed semi-shy awkwardness to wash over us. Glancing to each other, then looking away, then peeking from the corner of our respective vision. Moments like this are why I can be accused of avoiding earnestness. Where the hell do you even go from here? I should have expected you to be called Oscar.
Why is that?
'Cause you're a real prize. Oh, that one hurt. Oh, God.
Only took them a week to share names.
Next thing you know, they'll be holding hands.
Didn't hear that from me. Boss, you're fucking great.
When will this chapter end? It was about 8 a.m. I returned from eating some crackers in the restaurant and I was ready to head out. But Storm was still in the bathroom. I could hear the shower and the clopping of his hooves on the tile floor. Oscar, I made you some coffee. You almost done?
Just give me a minute.
I was checking over my notes when there was a knock on the door of our room. I got up to answer and was greeted by a nun. Good morning. You are the one who called about Zezino the other day, yes? Ah, right. The day she came in to help her brother, the receptionist. I hardly got a good look at her back then, but I can recognize her stern and dry voice. The nun looked much more put together than she had that morning, and she was holding back a brick of cheese in her arms. Ah, yes. And how is he doing? He's okay. He didn't die thanks to you. I'm sure he would have. No, really, he could have died. And he's finally going to get himself into rehab, and I just want to thank you. Pay back the favor, you know. God knows he ain't gonna. Thanks some angelic bird came to him when he was stoned to save him and tell him to stop. At least it might get him coming back to church. Anyway, I brought you this to show our gratitude. She brandished a sizable mass of grease and fat and lactose, all wrapped up in a nice and neat in a plastic zip-up bag. At me. It ain't much, but maybe a tourist would appreciate a local delivery as a souvenir, or a local delicacy as a souvenir.
And I'd be delighted. I'm just really quite glad I could help. When I put my hands on the cheese block to accept it, however, she didn't let go. Her free hand shot up to mine and pulled me down closer. Listen, this is the real way I'm paying you back for my brother. I came here to warn you. Last night there was a shootout in the Colonel's mansion. It was because of an inheritance dispute, and I could tell you there are corpses. I have it in good authority that someone will come here soon to looking for you. You ought to leave now, for your own safety. When she leaned back again, she smiled at me with eyes full of anxiety. I nodded. Thank you for this. My pleasure, city boy. My father knew your grandfather, actually. They were pretty good friends. Took me a while to recognize the resemblance. I'd say come visit again sometime, but considering what's happening now, don't come back.
Technically, you should play this chapter to investigate. Yeah, I actually thought one stream wouldn't be enough to finish this chapter. Oh dear goodness, I did not know what I was getting into. And I thought chapter 15 was long. Yeah. I probably would play it, but I'd probably play it off stream or maybe do it as like a chill stream where I'm not having to read everything. Yeah, I don't want to have to like reread everything, like just to investigate and everything. Yes, premarital handholding. Oh, Arrow. You be safe, and make sure that beefcake you tote around stays safe too. I'll make goddamn sure of it. She crossed her cross puns. She crossed herself before saying goodbye. Oh yeah, all the chapters are long. Dear God, am I gonna have to do 2 more episodes, maybe even 3 more for this damn update? I'm trying to finish it ASAP so I don't have to, like, you know, I want to be able to have enough room to play my other novels once they update. And I'm just worried that all my novels will update and I still have to play this one. I'm not gonna replay just the unique parts though, like, I know I wouldn't have to read the same dialogue, but still, I probably would rather play it on my own and just leave it to other creators to come up with their own unique routes of how they chose it. I think it's kind of fun just to leave it up to different people, give more people more attention. But yeah. By the time Storm got out of the bathroom, I was shoving the big plastic bag block of cheese into my suitcase.
So, who was...
We're leaving.
What? But we don't have to.
Not anymore, we don't. I'll explain in the car, but we need to get the fuck out of here. Something dangerous is happening at the Colonel's, and we're heading to the city now. Oscar was stunned, but nodded. I tossed him my car keys.
Are you saying 3 more Hinterlands chapters, or are you just saying chapters 16, 17, 18? Like after this, because somebody also said there's 5 Hinterlands chapters, and we're only on 3.
I tossed him back my car keys. Just finished gathering up our stuff and put it in the car. I'll go pay for the room and meet you there. Oscar took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and gave me another nod.
I'll take this now, and then do a final sweep of the room, sir.
The kid damn near tore my suitcase right out of my hands, perhaps overeager or over-nervous for my lack of explanation, and stomped through the doorway.
Okay, just saying 16, 17, 18. Thanks for clarifying, Trinix. Yes, I am up this late because I have nobody in the house, just me and my dog. So, otherwise I would probably end earlier. And I really want to get this dang chapter over with. Anyway.
He halted just outside, however, and felt around in his pocket. Took something out of it, wiggled it with his fingers,
and tossed a handful of little wire fragments over his shoulder. Okay, 4 and 5 are pretty quick. Okay, I might cram through this tonight. This might be my longest stream ever, actually. Only then did he continue tromping off to the car. Trump, 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 Trump. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Oscar. And the Ruthless route, it's worth checking out, but that can wait. Honestly, I would be curious to check it out, but I just don't want to go back to this unless I have all the time in the world, but I really don't think I'm going to have the time, especially with my work coming up soon. Or at least to stream it is what I mean. Like, I won't be able to stream and read it at the same time because it takes, like, dual effort. Anyway, let's continue. History just keeps repeating, doesn't it? Grandpa tried escaping from the Hinterlands years ago, and that's how we found the Minotaur's hotel. And on that morning, I couldn't stop my heart from racing as I looked to the horizon, hoping it might reveal itself. But there was nothing save for the emptiness of the desert, stretching as far as the eye could see and dotted with husks of trees long dead. I was almost panicking when we left Drowned Tapper, with all thoughts about the hotel running around, but a single look at Oscar was enough to put everything in order. I knew exactly what to do and where to go. Our destination was my apartment. I never told anyone where I live. I was careful to pick a fake address when I checked, so I knew we should be safe. Just as we were leaving, a cloud of moss flew overhead, and that too brought me a measure of peace. I stepped on the grass and tore through the last stretch of the hinterlands. Only after that I felt its evil letting go of me and I allowed myself to breathe easy. The kid took notice of it.
Pedro, what's gonna happen now?
We're going to my place. We'll be safe there.
But what about the hotel?
I don't know. Our safety comes first. I'll figure the rest out later. He looked down and twiddled his thumbs. Was he sad? Shouldn't he have been happy to get out of that hellhole? Maybe this issue was not getting to say his goodbyes. You want to call your family? Tell them you're skipping town? He bit his lip.
No thanks. Shouldn't you tell Nini, though? She might get worried.
I unlocked my phone and handed it over to Oscar. He navigated through my contacts list and called. Oh dear God, this is gonna go great. Hello? I didn't recognize the voice. Oh, never mind, it was not her. I assumed it was one of the granddaughters. Hi, it's me. I was there about a week ago to talk with Nini. Can I have a word with her for a minute, please? I heard some rustling. I assumed she covered the phone with a hand and some incomprehensible muttering happened. Hello? Nini can't talk right now. She's not well. She's having a medical emergency. She isn't being herself right now. I can barely make out her voice yelling in the background. Where's my salt? It all tastes wrong. It burns. Everything is wrong. It's killing me. Good job, Pedro. The tape is eating me from the inside out. Did you just say something about a taper? Yes, she's been ranting about tapers all... Is that The peacock! A blade breaking as it hits the floor. Wood being thrown around, the young lady's shriek, then Nini's ragged breathing. It was you! You ruined everything! I was going to live forever in you! You... The call disconnected. Well, this one was a good job, actually. We are horrible, but in a fun way. The call disconnected.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. This smells real bad. But there's no use in speculating about it now. For now, we better focus on the road and then...
And then...
we can try again. I can plan another trip. I'll just have to be more discreet next time. Maybe a month or two to let things settle down and...
P?
No, it isn't safe. It won't be for who knows how long. Forget about the damn hotel, you idiot.
Pedro?
Don't you have something better to do with your life? And then, let's just forget this whole hotel business, at least for a while. At least for a while, huh? We can look into getting you into school, or a job, and a passport.
But what about your inheritance?
Fuck it. I stepped on the gas.
Oh my god, we did it! We finished the chapter!
Holy shit, we did it. I am going to save here. And we end at 5.5 hours. I'm so confused, like, with people saying there's 5 Hinterlands chapters, but there's also 16, 17, and 18. I am just so lost with how it is. I'm just lost with how it be. Yeah. But... yeah, I honestly will have to pull a shin and just sneak through the code a little bit and just see, like, what the the chapter order is. And it only took 5.5 hours! Yay! Well, honestly, I need to go to bed now. It's 2 a.m. So, yeah, I'm behind 4 episodes and I'm very confused. Aren't we all? But, yeah, there's some very hefty chapters, and this is definitely one of them. Chapter 15, 16, 17 are quite long. So there's chapter 16, Hinterlands 4, 17, Hinterlands 5, 18. Okay, probably that's why, because he added Hinterlands into it. Thanks, I was a bit confused about that. Thanks for clarifying with me, Trinix. Not Far Beyond the World long, but long. Well, Far Beyond the World, I kind of felt like Minotaur Hotel is starting to become like Far Beyond the World in terms of length of chapter. I'm like, they are both hefty. Even 10 essays would be a tad smaller than the two of them. Like, I feel like that could be slightly concise on some days. This is like... whew, they lay it all out for you. Yellow, that's a good question. Am I going to continue with Password? Unfortunately, I don't think it's getting the retention it needs to keep going, at least on my channel. Like, as much as I enjoyed the novel. I got caught up with my other novels, and the fact that it wasn't as much of an interest in the channel on my lesser desired novels to read, I am kind of passing up on it for now. Yeah, this update was too much, really. I agree with you. I wish they split this into, like, 3 parts, maybe. Like, they did, like, the Hinterlands as, like, or 14 and 15 as one update, the Hinterlands 3 as a chapter update, and then the 16, 17, 18 maybe as, like, the 3rd update or something like that. I'm hoping they don't make updates this long again in the future. Like, just make it slow and incremental. Like, I'm fine if it comes out, like, monthly or every other month or 3 months or whatever it is, and it's not as hefty, because I need to get into my other novels. But as much as I complain about the length of it, it was so interesting to read still. Still got a kick out of just goddamn Nini. But yeah, I could still hate the length of a chapter, but still enjoy the content within it. But yeah, I'm really glad that they put all this effort in. So, yeah, I'm gonna be rambling on for too long tonight, and my dog needs to get some nice quiet rest and not hearing me ramble on and on. So, I am going to go to my list of patrons now. So, we are going to start ending the video with that. This one took a year to do. Jeez, I thought it was only 6 months, but wow. Anyway. It's 5 in the morning for some people, jeez. That ain't worth it! Dragon Fang, that ain't worth it! But your prerogative. Anyway, let's go to this window. Not this, but this. These are my patrons, the people that help me follow my creative endeavors, which now I can finally start investing more into this channel now that I am starting to pull back a little on the Ocean Avenue update stuff. We just need to get the music done, and I'm going to express our situation either on Twitter or itch.io or Patreon. One of the two, I'll probably share it through those medias and like repost or retweet or whatever through the other medias. But yeah, basically I've been investing a lot more into the art over the past few months for my novel Ocean Avenue to show my creative endeavors with that. But I want to get back into investing into like edited videos and whatnot, and maybe other various materials and whatnot for the channel to make things look good. Maybe even special art. I won't spoil. Honestly, I don't have any idea for now, but in my noggin, I have plans. But anyway, there are great perks with being a patron, such as early access to Ocean Avenue 7 days before the public, exclusive not safe for work readings, which includes the not Minotaur. I keep thinking Minotaur Hotel because we just played it, but the Smoke Room, Samuel X Yao, that scene, we have that on the Patreon exclusive. And then other additional behind the scenes of Ocean Avenue sketches. I'm going to upload music soon on there. I just need to figure out when I'm going to do that. Probably this weekend. I need to hold myself to a standard for that. But yeah, I'm going to try and post other preview sketches, clips, and whatnot for that novel and other endeavors that I have. Just other exclusive ones that are just Patreon exclusive. There are various benefits like that, and they are kind of evolving vaguely as time progresses, just so we can get more and more interest in the support. So, without further ado, I want to thank my patrons, my fellow dorks. North Grizz, known as Vlad Loid. He was just here at the beginning of the video, so check him out. He also does Minotaur Hotel and does a great job. Andrew Corona, Type A Roth, Mogrim Wolfram, Andrew Buenaventura, Kuma Richards, Ryan Atkins, Crunchy Balls, Neil, Speak, Spaton98, Dink Dark, Jovan Jackson, Banjo K, Zach, Dennis Arellano Gonzalez, and Phoenix 94. Now I want to give a very special thanks to my exclusive dorks. Kale Tiger, and Taylor. Now I'm going to do a thing. That is the thing I'm going to do. Those are my patrons. And that will conclude tonight's video. Thanks for the great read, Dirk. Going to bed. Good night, all. Good night, Dragonfang. And good night to everybody, or morning, or wherever the heck you are. Good day, sir. So that is all for tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. And until next time, take care.